Chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos la fe pa'l control, pero la tierra recuerda. La raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. Norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, here we go. I think we got it all set here. Let me close this window up. For some reason, it's still here. Remove yourself. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good now. Let's see, I think we're good. Yes, I think we're good. Okay. Alrighty. Hope everybody can hear me all the way in the back. I'm gonna just go through the what's up real quick. Jeremías, buenos días. Good to have you here, bro. Glad you got a chance to catch it earlier today. All right, so hopefully y'all had a great day today. What up, sis? You know, hopefully you weren't working too hard. What up, Joe? Good to have you here. All right, so first and foremost, I want to let y'all know that I appreciate everybody's input on this channel. A lot of classes were created because of stuff that you guys sent me, or ideas, thoughts, conversations that we've had. Okay, for the brethren that I may not talk to anymore, or some that I guess maybe it's time to talk again. It happens, man. Sometimes we have disagreements, and then some people, I don't know, take it real personal. Some of us don't. Okay. So as you guys know, this topic here at hand, I've talked about this in months before, a year ago, and then 6 months ago I did a class on this. As you guys know, my main intention was to smack the shit out of culomiados, right? Regarding Atlantis. So I named this one Academically Wrecking Atlantis. There's a reason why I say academically. And I see that it says a truly romantic novel. Romantic or romantic. If you look at the name, it's what it is. And a tick is like something annoying that happens often without your control. But it is truly a novel. Truly is. And I'm gonna academically, I guess you could say, share that with y'all on how I see things, okay? Now, I had Brother Misery who gave us his ideology or belief or theory regarding this being the old world. And, he made a lot of great points, don't get me wrong. I didn't say anything, obviously, that day because I was reading for him. It would be so disrespectful if I started asking him questions at that moment. That was never my intent. But, you know, just as like I don't expect everybody to believe what I share with y'all, I sure as hell don't expect you guys to make me believe right away with something that just I showed. Of course, it doesn't work that way. This is a process, okay? So with all that being said, here is my take on what I think Atlantis really is and why I don't necessarily agree with the brother. And again, there's a lot of good points that are made. But me, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just the annoying thing about me. I can't seem to let little details go. You know, like I look at the details to see the bigger picture. That's always been my approach. You know what I mean? So please take this as an educational approach. You know what I'm saying? This is not to do with trying to debunk anybody, not at all. I got respect for the brother as a brother in spirit. I got love for the brother. You know what I mean? But in this particular case, I'm going to show y'all what I think is left out. Also, I have brothers that ask some questions as well. They're like, hey, what about this? What about that? Makes perfect fucking sense. You know what I'm saying? So let's dig in. Let's turn over every rock and really find out, because, you know, we're at those days, family. We are at those days where, you know, shit's starting to matter. Good to have you here, bro. Eastside. What up, Kuya? We're in those days where shit starts to matter, and I think things do matter. And I'll be frank with y'all. I sinned against the Most High, against His laws, and that's something I take very personal. And I think my spirit was broken for a few. So I appreciate the brother that sent me this. Thank you, bro. It was a perfect timing, you know, because a lot of times we really take that shit into consideration, bro. And, you know, you think that the Most High ain't dealing with you in certain ways or anymore. You know, and if that shit ever occurs, you got to nip it in the butt, fam, right away. And it's no offense to the other party, bro. It's just the way things need to be, or else it will continue to get worse. Sirach 11:15. Let's start with this, because it really... this is where it all matters, you know, especially right now. Y'all see the chaos. Like I could have talked about a bunch of different shit. You know, I could have talked about the Zionism stuff. I could have, the Khazarians or the war over there and the shit going on here and our people in the penitentiary still, you know, and I mean there's camps, you know what I mean? Like I could talk about all these things, but quite frankly, I got a message yesterday with really, you know, really moved me, and I thought that was important. And then I get a follow-up message today, which I thought, wow. So I recorded it because usually, you know, they tend to get rid of these things. So is it true? I don't know. But it sure as hell made me think about one particular aspect that the Bible mentions regarding this land that we're dealing with. Because in case maybe I might have missed it, this is Babylon. You know what I mean? This is Babylon here. I don't have no other mind or assumption of anything. I don't know where else Babylon would be. And then, even more motivating was like, no, I got to get this done. So this is my point of view, my belief, or what you call my, you know, theory. Y'all can agree or disagree. If there are some questions being put out there, please, let's put them out there. That's why we need to know. So if you do get a chance to watch this video, maybe look at the points, because a lot of these points aren't necessarily only my points. As I mentioned, everybody in this channel has made an input to this channel, so I appreciate you guys. But we're looking for we're just looking for answers. So check this out. I'm going to start with this video because it does remind you, we got to stay scriptural, right? Or else why are we here? Like, I didn't create this channel to talk bullshit with y'all. I didn't create this channel to fucking talk about politics. I created this channel to teach our people through the Bible who they are. Didn't I? Right. So my roots, where I'm always gonna stick to, is particularly this. And then I got reminded of this. So let's begin.
Viewers are left asking what happened and whether this is really a glimpse. A video that's been spreading online claims to show America in the year 2050, and it's got millions of people questioning reality. In the footage, a man who says he's a time traveler approaches what he says is the White House. But it no longer looks familiar. Instead of the bright, iconic building everyone knows, the columns are cracked, the windows are broken, and it looks like an old abandoned structure. He steps inside what used to be the Oval Office, and all that's left is dust and empty rooms. The same clip then shows a highway that used to be busy with cars. Now the pavement is cracked with tree roots pushing up through it, and rusted, abandoned cars line the road. He also walks into a Walmart with empty shelves and faded signs, while outside the parking lot is overgrown and looks like a wasteland. But the most shocking part is what he claims is the Pentagon, once a symbol of U.S. military power. In his video, it looks like burned out ruins with blackened walls, broken windows, and a torn American flag still hanging. And he used live streaming to recount the authenticity of his journey. As he walks through debris-filled offices in dead silence, viewers are left asking what happened and whether this is viewers are
or whether this is real. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Revelations, they talk about how Babylon is going to be smoke. It's not going to be inhabitable. You get what I'm saying? That it's not going to be inhabitable. And as far as I understand, based on the Bible, based on my understanding, we're in Babylon right now, right? You get what I mean? The mother of all mothers. Now, that's just one aspect of it regarding Scripture and the scary shit about that. Because I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't believe in time traveling stuff. But then again, I'm looking at that video, bro. It's hard to not believe that shit, especially when you know, you read the Bible. So what Sirach 11:15 says, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. You see, so when you start separating yourself from, like, let's put it this way. When we talk about laws, right? I don't mean it's all like strict and da-da-da. It's a way to guide yourself spiritually before you even go mental. You get what I'm saying? Your spirit has to change before your mind can change. You can't change your mind if you cannot actually change your spirit. And I don't mean change it in like not being that spirit that you carry, cleansing that spirit, getting rid of all the thorns and nettles that are stuck within your spirit. It's not your mind that programs you, family. It's your spirit that's programming your mind. That is the problem. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. It's all the spiritual. This is all spiritual here. And the way of good works are from him. I admitted to a brother what I didn't necessarily give him in detail, but I admitted it. So I am admitting it to you all. I failed the Most High, and I feel like I failed y'all as well. Because I do take these classes serious. And what a hypocrite. You know, and I pray the Most High forgives me for specifically that. Then it says, error and darkness had their beginnings together with sinners. So remember, keep in mind that it's error and darkness right after love. And it says love and the way of good works are from him. You see, I know where I failed. And I didn't just fail. I could have made it worse and would have failed my family. Why? Because I'm mindful of the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding where I can see my errors, and they're a part of darkness, and they all have a beginning as sinners. And evil shall wax old when them that glory therein. So if I continued in error and darkness, it would have gotten crazier. It would have become completely darkness for me, which I really felt that way for a few weeks. This is not, I'm not like, oh, and I appreciate brothers' channels that I watch. Don't get me wrong. You know, there's times for those things, man. Like, I'll give props to Marvelous channel. He did a show yesterday. I thought that shit was funny as hell. You know what I mean? And it's like, he kind of, bro, if you watch him for a while, that was cool what he did. And I thought, man, sometimes we need that shit. We just need a laugh and hear some music and fucking joke around, you know? Why? Because a lot of us that do walk in this as best as we can, the moment we walk in error and we start feeling darkness, bro, we know what that fucking leads to. I'm not stupid. We're not dumb. And evil shall wax old with them that glory therein. That's why that video matters. You think I want to lose this now? Now? Almost, like, I don't even want to say almost, but now? Really? Nah, bro, I'm not going to do that. The gift of the Lord remaineth with the ungodly, and his favor and his favor bringeth prosperity forever. You see this? There is that wax rich by his weariness and pinching, and these and this is portion of his reward. And this is his portion of his reward. Watch this. Whereas he saith, where am I going to stop Twitter? Whereas he saith, I have found rest, and now will eat continually of my goods. And yet he knoweth not what time shall come upon him, and that he must leave those things to others and die. You see, all the stuff that matters. Let me whore my lust. Let me hoard what I feel it's what my fucking flesh wants to express. Then it says, be steadfast in thy covenant and be conversant therein. And not conversant therein within yourself, also within your brethren, if you have people to talk to, and wax old in thy works. You see, like it may be, I don't know, boring for you mofos that like, I don't know, man. I'm so fucking mindful now when these spirits jump on me in certain ways where it's like, whoa, fuck, what the fuck's going on, bro? Like, what's really going on? Be steadfast in thy covenant and be conversant therein and wax old in thy work. So he says, be mindful of your wisdom knowledge, be mindful of error and darkness, how it has a beginning, right? And all these gifts are until they're godly, and he thinks that things are all, okay, good, yeah, I'm fine. But you're going to die too. And you're going to leave that physical material behind. And guess what? You still got to owe something to somebody, the Creator. And then it says, marvel not at the works of sinners, but trust in the Lord and abide in thy labor. You know, there's times where I'm like, is this all in vain? Do I do these fucking things just in vain and shit? Like, do people even care? You know, and no offense to brothers that have channels and more people watch, hey man, all praises, whatever. You know, the Most High works the way he works, bro. But sometimes you wonder, like, does it even matter? But it says here, abide in thy labor. This was my mission. This is what the Most High wanted me to do. I didn't create this shit. If you knew who I was in the past, there was no way I could be this quote unquote consistent. For it is an easy thing in the sight of the Lord on the sudden to make a poor man rich. And that has nothing to do with money. So in the times that I say to myself, is it even fucking worth it? It says here, for it is an easy thing in the sight of the Lord on the sudden to make a poor man rich. And at that moment, that's why I text the brother, bro, perfect time. I kid you not, it was the perfect time. So now that we got that through, let's begin the class. And again, these are my points of views as to why I don't agree that this is the old world, nor is it Atlantis, okay? So hopefully, if a brother has answers or anybody has answers, maybe they can answer it. Because I've done 2 classes on this, and I never necessarily got an answer, specifically on the things I brought up. So today, I'm going to be more methodical and provide you guys with a academic approach as well as a historical approach, okay? Scientific as well. So with all that said, let's begin. All right. Once more, academically wrecking Atlantis, a truly romantic novel. So let's begin with this. Okay. I don't know if you know this, family, but you know that old saying, you are what you eat. Okay. You are what you eat. All right. So if this was the old world, right, and us predominantly consume corn, right now we're not talking about where the corn comes from or whether it's here or there. I'm not concerned with that. All I'm talking about is who consumes it. So if this was the old world, Japheth, Ham, and Shem were all here originally, right? And we went to Europe and somehow came back. Then that would mean a lot of fucking different things. Let's start with this one. Isotopes. So they say you are what you eat. You are what you eat. That's what they say. You know? Well, let's figure out what exactly or who and how can we determine if those people that have been here with us, I guess, how come they don't have these particular results when it comes to scientific data? We're not just talking about, you know, specific DNA. We're going to focus on isotopes, like the collagen in your bone. You get what I'm saying? So basically, whatever you eat, you technically use that to rebuild your bones. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? So let's begin.
Bone to completely be replaced.
About that. Spencer. Hold on. I'm going to do 10, all right? Let's go.
So, my name is Michelle Alexander. I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past. When you're looking at isotopes that we use in terms of diet, they're stable. So when you eat something, the signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues. You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years. Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom of the root. So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it in a mass spectrometer. The burning it just releases it as a gas to measure the isotope ratios. We look at carbon and we look at nitrogen. If you're plotting down here on the graph with a kind of low carbon and low nitrogen, then you're probably eating plant-based diet with some probably animal foods in there. High carbon, high nitrogen puts you over here where you're looking at seafood. If you are eating a bit of seafood and a bit of kind of land animal protein, you'd plot right in the middle. So what we wanted to understand was there a change in diet between childhood, and remember that comes from the tooth, and adulthood, which comes from the bone. All of the triangles plot quite close to their partner crosses. So what we're seeing is diet between childhood and adulthood at these sites in this Brighton area didn't change that much. And one of the things we think is going on in the Roman period is you might be seeing these higher nitrogen values associated with people of higher status, so higher class. And then people with low nitrogen values, these are people who can't afford to have a lot of animal protein. So when we look at this Brighton individual, we can see that they plot not among the people with the least amount of kind of protein in their diet, relatively lowish status, but still with animal protein in their diet. And so by looking at the diet and seeing what people were eating in the past, it can tell us something about society. When you compare them to other people, we can understand that person's place in society and something about the culture of that society as well.
Something about the culture of that society as well. So this is why it's important to understand. And you know, again, you are what you eat. Makes a lot of perfect sense. Okay, so now, isotopes. Let's go here. Where you grow up, what you ate, your bones record your life. Okay, it says here archaeologists use isotopic analysis to determine population movements and diets that from chemical signatures in ancient human remains. Again, I bear the question: if this was the old world and Japheth, Ham, and Shem were all here together, then they would have a full blown like proof that they've been here way before. Why wouldn't they take advantage of that? But you see, when you look at the diet of the natives here, there is one particular that stands out the most. And I've mentioned it before to you guys, and that's corn, okay? Corn, carbon-14, shows up in our isotopes, which is like the collagen, or what rebuilds your bones since you're a child. And historically speaking, that has not changed for our people, right? It says here, let me see one particular part. This is just, you know, referencing bone and how they do the research. And you know, kind of like what the other scientist was saying. Let's see. Just one thing important here. Here, matter of fact, it was mostly this one, I think. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to look at. So it says here, early isotopic evidence for maize as a staple grain in the Americas. You get what I'm saying? So, like, that's why I tell these wobbles, bro, like, okay, sounds good. How come y'all don't have that shit in your diet? Even on the surface level, you don't have it in your diet, let alone all the way down to your bone. Once more, if Japhet Ham and Shem were all together here, right, and that's just like the first layer that I'm going through right now, then they would be like having these types of results. And as a matter of fact, even if they would have gone to Europe or Africa after here, right? That's because that's the theory. They would have still taken their staple food, which would be maize, and that means that they would have in their isotopes a predominant, massive amount of results showing isotopic, DNA of corn. If that makes sense, I think I said it right. I'm not no scientist, We use carbon isotopes in human bones as the earliest direct evidence for maize as a staple grain in the Americas. Ah, that's a beautiful saying, sis. Sin maíz, no hay país. That's a beautiful saying right there. It says maíz is a cultigent of a global economic importance. So keep in mind that this economic importance should have been economically important since the beginning of time, right? As I mentioned before, we're approaching this on an academic level. I'm not just giving you guys some particulars that fit books that fit that narrative. I don't typically do that. You get what I mean? I read a lot, and I do love history. So I'm reading. Now I'm looking into Egyptian history because it's like I'm not going to try to suggest something like that if that's not who our people is, right? So Roman, Egyptian, Greco, Middle Eastern history. Let's see what else. History from here. You know what I mean? It's like I don't just kind of like focus on one particular. Like I like to look at the bigger picture as well. Okay. It says, maize is a cultigan of global economic importance, but when it first became a staple grain in the Americas, was unknown and contested. Here we report direct isotopic dietary evidence from 52 radiocarbon-dated human skeletons from 2 remarkably well-preserved rock shelters contexts in the Maya mountains of Belize spanning 10,000 years. Individuals dating before 4,700 calendar years before present show no clear evidence of the consumption of maize. Evidence from substantial maize consumption appears in some individuals between 4,700 and 4,000 cal BP isotopic evidence after 400 cal. I don't really know what that means, to be honest with you. So let me just skip that. You guys can figure that one out. Maize is a staple grain of global dietary importance, shaping ecosystems, landscapes, cultures, fire regimes, and biodiversity. However, the early adoption of the crop as a staple is unknown because the dearth, I think, of the archaeological sites in the Americas containing early skeletal assemblage needed to directly assess its dietary contribution. Then it says, here we use stable isotope evidence from the unparalleled time series of human skeletal samples excavated from 2 rock shelters in Belize spanning for past 10,000 years to reconstruct the dietary importance of maize through time. We demonstrate that maize became significant dietary staple for some individuals starting between 4,700 and 4,000 calendar years before present, okay? I thought we just read that, didn't it? Okay, so that's the introduction. I guess this was, oh my God, did I just read that twice? Okay, let me start here. Before I don't want to lose it, let me start here. The demographic and environmental impact of this transition had far-reaching consequences for the people of Mesoamerica that have now been amplified on a global scale. All right, maize was domesticated from teosinte, whatever, a wild grass growing in the lower reaches of the Balsas River Valley of southern Mexico. I showed you guys a video about how our people manipulated the actual maize before, like the corn, in order for it to grow like more abundant and bigger with more dientes, we call them, right? And the molecular clock estimates suggest that it was domesticated in early Holocene. You guys get the whole idea of what we're talking about, right? Classic Maya period, yada, yada, yada. The whole point being is this: early maize identifies our people, and it has always identified our people here in the actual land of our ancestors, so to speak. right? And it doesn't, like change much. You get what I'm saying? I'll say this. They say, well, depending on where you live and you would consume more maíz. I'm going to say this to you guys. I grew up with tortillas. I grew up with them. My kids love we all love tortillas. I don't care how much money I have or don't have. I'm always going to have tortillas. That's just a staple in our diet. And I don't know why a lot of us were ignoring that. Everybody comes here and tries to tell you, oh, no, we're the people of this land or yada, yada, yada. We've been here before. Sounds good. How come you guys don't have that shit in your diet then? I don't understand that. How come your diet is not, like on the surface level, you don't have maize as part of your daily diet. And on the scientific isotopic level, you don't have no representation of maize in your bones. Okay, so that's one example of, of isotopic bone. Oh yeah, isotopic bones here. Isotopic results within your bones. Now, this is, I'm going to show this video after, but I want to start here because, I was watching one of his classes and he bangs hard against so-called Pan-Africanists claiming to be Egyptians. You get what I'm saying? And me personally, I'm not trying to steal nobody's heritage. I ain't trying to claim anything about them. But let's also consider that if the Mayas were those people, then they would have had the DNA in the mummies because those mummies were actually studied. They did DNA samples on those mummies. And none of those mummies, as a matter of fact, I'll show you. One particular aspect, does come to play. But then again, now we got to go back. Like, what are the roots then? Are we going to believe in the Old Testament, exclude the Apocrypha and maybe the New Testament, and all of a sudden we're not going to consider that? We got to consider it all. You get what I mean? The migration, I shared with you guys how we actually migrated over here. A lot of people don't I guess you guys don't agree with that. That's fine. I'm not here to convince you. But it sure as hell gives you a lot of proof, and again, there's a lot of good points with regards to like mummies here and how old they were and all that stuff, but it still doesn't answer the full question. The full perspective. Now, if you say this is the old world and you want to exclude the four beasts out of the old world, and then that makes no sense then. You get what I'm saying? So here we see that DNA mummies were actually, they've been tested. This is just, Wikipedia. You guys can look into it right away. I'm not a DNA guy, okay? So I'm just going to go on a fly on this one. But it says here that the mitochondrial DNA samples, which actually came out of these mummies, are indicating particular people. They're indicating that they have some Italian people from Italy, from those regions. That these particular mummified Egyptian mummies, when they did finally their DNA, it showed that they were people from Morocco, England, Australia, East Africa, which is Egypt, right? You see all of these here. See, they even have that one there, R1b, right? Tutankhamun, that's Egypt, that's East Africa, correct? Then it says Israel. You see that again. You see that again. You see that again. Well, that's my sample that I've shared with you. Oh, by the way, the guy that came over here trying to say that CRI Genetics were sued and all that shit. So was 23andMe and all that. But did you guys know that CRI Genetics is the #1 DNA company out there right now? Like, he didn't bother saying that. But it doesn't matter. Whatever. All right. So then we also see that Egypt. So these mummies are showing people with like people from these regions, England. And now look, check this out. Juanita the Ice Maiden. So it says that there is a connection. Okay? Now, but then we have to wonder, is if this is the old world, then again, we go back to the isotope, we go back to the dietary law that the Most High gave Shem, Japheth, and Ham, right? I don't think the Most High, you know what I mean? Like, could he have just forgotten about that? No. You see what I mean? I have not ignored Second Esdras. And I also am not going to ignore the four beasts in the Old Testament. So here we see and by the way, it's like somebody says, oh, your DNA says you got like 1% Chinese. Really? The rest of it is like not that, but you focus on that shit. Let's not focus on just this. Everything else we see here. Now, Chief X does get into this way more than me. And he says that the Egyptians came from the north. And here's where he has evidence regarding that particular thing, right? Now I was kind of tripping on him. I was like, you know what? That's a good point here. Because again, it's about that. DNA from mummies shows ancient Egyptians had almost no sub-Saharan African gene. I don't care about that, right? Because that doesn't pertain to me. I'm not here to debunk Wobbeism or Pan-Africanism. What I'm here to prove is that these mummies should have had, I guess you could say, our DNA as well, correct? If they were here too, right? I mean, I'm just saying, like, let's not ignore these things. After trying repeatedly to extract it, many scientists were convinced that the hot desert climate and perhaps the chemical use in mummification destroyed any genetic material long ago. Now, a team of ancient DNA specialists has successfully sequenced genomes, I believe, from 90 ancient Egyptian mummies. It says here that the team compared the mummies' mitochondrial and nuclear DNA to ancient and modern populations of the Near East and Africa, okay? They discovered that ancient Egyptians closely resembled ancient and modern Near Eastern population, especially those of the Levant. Oh, shit. Now, that's East Africa. That's basically, you know, from the Ur of the Chaldees all the way to so-called Jerusalem or Israel. All that land there. What is now Jerusalem? What is now Saudi Arabia? What is now Iraq? What is close to Iran? Do you get what I'm saying? All of that is considered the Levant, the people that left those regions right there. And again, my DNA puts me right in the smack middle of that shit right there. I'm not the one making it up. It's what they gave me. Hey, whatever. Are we not going to believe DNA? Okay, so we want to believe DNA when it comes to the oldest mummy in the world. We want to believe DNA when it comes to corn, but then we want to believe DNA when you go to court and you get prosecuted, or you want to, you know, believe in DNA because that ain't your baby, right? But then I show you some DNA and no, they've been sued. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? It makes absolutely no sense. You can't pick and choose. It says they discovered that ancient Egyptians closely resembled ancient and modern Near Eastern population, especially those in the Levant. So if these mummies were, I guess, quote unquote Mayas, they would have also showed that shit here, right? Now that wasn't brought about. What's more, the genetic of the mummies remained remarkably consistent even as different powers conquered the empire. Whoa, shit. Ouch. Consistent. Like the isotopes in your bone. Consistent. Because we've always consumed corn. Always have. Always will. You get what I'm saying? So let's continue. Late, however, something did alter the genomes of Egyptians. Although the mummies contain almost no DNA from sub-Saharan Africa. Wow. I don't know why you guys are arguing about this shit. I mean, the Egyptians don't even look like you. But that, you know, like and I say this. I remember I said, yeah, my dad looks like one of those guys. Yeah, of course. You want to know why I agree with that? It's because I still agree in the migration. Like, if we're not those people, that's what I teach. That we're those people, right? That we're part of those people. We migrated, 10 tribes, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's where I would see us having those particular, genomes. Now, it says some 15 to 20% of the modern Egyptian mitochondrial DNA reflects sub-Sahara ancestry. 15 to 20%. It's really unexpected that we see this very late shift. So it says that late, modern Egyptians. So even the historical ones were not necessarily West Africans or sub-Saharans, but they weren't anything close remotely to the Mayas at all. And remember, keep in mind, if the Hebrews not, if you believe in the Bible, then you would know that the Hebrews were in captivity in Egypt. And you tend to pick up shit that your captives teach you, correct? You know what I'm saying? So we're seeing the demographics of the people that mostly resemble that DNA. And I thought it was a great example. Ancients It says here, scientists thought ancient Egyptians' mummies didn't have any DNA left. They were wrong. Here we see, I think it's similar to the other article. Ancient Egyptian mummies preserve many details of the deceased, facial features, signs of illness, even tattoos, but not, as it seemed, DNA. After trying repeatedly to extract it, many scientists were convinced, hold on, let me close this up. Were convinced that the hot desert climate and perhaps the chemical used in the mummification destroyed the genetic material long ago. Now, a team of DNA specialists successfully sequenced. Okay, so we read some of that stuff. You get what I mean? So they finally found some particular results regarding who these people are. And compared to, the Moors, their ideology, Wahhabism, FBA shit, like Drew Ali stuff, compared to them, these are actually people that are studying through mitochondrial DNA, through scientific experience, through academic work, not just me or anyone else assuming things. I'm not saying, again, it's my point of view. And I don't know how else to speak. I apologize if I'm sometimes blunt, but I am not blunt in knowledge. You get what I mean? So here we see a consistency of these people. It says here, cross teams compared the mummies' mitochondrial and nuclear DNA to ancient modern population in Near Eastern Africa. They discovered that the ancient Egyptians closely resemble the ancient and modern Near Eastern populations, especially those in the Levant. In the Levant. You see that? In the Levant. So that basically tells us that, we don't have any sincere connection to that point, right? Or do we? Here, I mean, obviously, if I'm believing, like, let's say I don't know, if I'm African American and I believe we're Egyptians and shit, and I'm reading this stuff, like, fuck, man, I might as well put the book down. And look, I'm the first one to admit it. If I'm wrong, man, hey, I'll embrace it. That's why I embrace people's opinions. That's why I embrace people to come and share with us what they know. All right, so let's watch this real quick, because I think he gives us good examples. And again, I mean, these people. If you believe in the Bible, then you should understand what the 10 tribes are talking about. If you believe in the Bible too, then you should understand that there are prophecies in that book that put us in a specific place at this moment, right now, right? If you believe in the Bible. And again, I told you guys, I didn't start this channel just to chit-chat with you. I didn't start this channel because I wanted to talk about politics. I started this channel through a biblical, spiritual perspective. And my job has always been to teach our people who they are, according to that book. Trying to use science to prove, who we are, yeah, but I am not going to use other materials that are not academically, even palatable, they say. So let's begin real quick with just a few other videos, and then we're going to move on to, right?
Let's go. The papyrus plant in her hand. Nothing has changed. They still deal with the papyrus plant. So I may just say things throughout this video, but we're gonna continue. I'm not gonna say much. Like these Nubian women, you'll see them yellow or not. Excuse me, I said Nubian. Blasphemy. These Egyptian women in ancient art, you'll see them yellow or white. You will never see Nubian women depicted like this in yellow or white, because Nubians weren't Caucasoid or yellow or white, right? You'll always only see Nubian women as dark brown or pitch black in ancient Egyptian art. Let's go. This is just proof right here. We don't even have to go any further. artwork Afrocentrics don't show.
Again, the people over there still look like that. And we resemble a lot of people like that. Like we resemble a lot with a lot of people over there. The way we look, some of us, like a lot of us don't even, that we never thought about it and started kind of like, well, you know, you're right. When they had the World Cup in Qatar, a lot of Raza were like, oh shit, man, we fucking practically look alike. Yeah. So again, I still believe in the migration. Do you get what I'm saying? I know a lot of y'all don't. Maybe you do want it to be the old world. I mean, I quite frankly, does it really? I mean, I guess it matters, you know, to some extent, but you gotta be fully, like it's like a dam. A dam cannot have any holes, because if it has one hole, it's gonna get more holes and bigger holes, and then it's all gonna break. So in your faith, I believe, or your theory or your doctrine, you can't have many holes, or you shouldn't really have any, to be quite frank with you. But let's continue, and then we'll move on.
Show you. Your mind is flooded with a small amount of artwork, and they don't show you this stuff. They still make this stuff right now. Nobody else.
So he makes a lot of valid points. He's showing examples of what the people look like then and what the people look like now.
And Shimu, they still do this.
You get the picture, right? You get the picture. That's the picture there. Okay, moving right along. Now, I'm going to take you through a series of what is Atlantis. So I'm going to give you basically people's opinions, or this whole where Atlantis has taken people to, and then I'm going to show you through some documentation the history about Atlantis, right? Now, remember, I started the class with the isotopes. If this was the old world, right, Japheth, Ham, and Shem should be here together. And if this is the old world and the main source of food here in the Americas is corn, that means you should show that, right? And if, because it's still being consumed worldwide now, wouldn't it have been taken before? Why did we leave? They didn't have it, came back, grabbed it, took it back then? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. But I'm going to give you perspectives on what people really think of so-called Atlantis. All right, let's go.
Every few months, you'll see headlines, TikToks, or Joe Rogan raving that Atlantis has finally been found. The thing is, Atlantis was never real. So why is the idea of the lost continent so pervasive in pop culture today, and why does it matter? It's time for another installment of our super popular series within a series, The Why Files. I'm Dr. Ken, this is The Quick Dig, now let's dig in. The story of Atlantis was actually made up by the Greek philosopher Plato, around 360 BC as a thought experiment. He used the idea of an island empire that angered the gods and sank beneath the sea as a cautionary tale about arrogance and corruption. Folks alive at that time knew that Atlantis was never meant to be a real place.
So remember what the professor or doctor just said, okay? What was the story of Atlantis about? You see, it was like what I've always felt and read about, a truly romantic novel, okay? And here we see that it's for a purpose. Like the arrogance, yeah, let's have him repeat it again.
He used the idea of an island empire that angered the gods and sank beneath the sea as a cautionary tale about arrogance and corruption.
So it was as a cautionary tale about arrogance and corruption. They obviously, if you read the whole story, or if you read the whole Plato thing, you'll find out that that's what it's actually talking about. However, people, right, like the elitists, I believe, the ones that are scheming to propagandize all our gente, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, and don't get me wrong, I made mistakes. Fuck, I walked into like a 12 tri-chart camp and actually believe that for a moment. You get what I'm saying? We all make mistakes. But the propaganda's there, and most of these propagandists, they right away, back even in the early, 20th century, 1915, 19, they would all go to Diodorus Siculus, So they're like, oh, he said it, and yada, yada, yada. They all say that, there was a land and somebody saw, and all of a sudden, but they always leave out the fact that in that same writing of Diodorus Siculus, he actually also emphasized that there were people living here. And there weren't no great gods, because in his own writing, the Carthaginians were thinking about invading and taking the land, but they're like, nah, you know what? Let's not do that just yet. Let's have it and keep it for a secret until we need to really actually take advantage of them. And that sounds to me like when? 1492. But let's continue, okay? Let's continue. Again, this is I'm giving you my point of view. Let's go.
Folks alive at that time knew that Atlantis was never meant to be a real place. However, over the centuries, people began to treat the story as a mystery waiting to be solved. Modern ideas about the lost continent come from the writing of a Minnesota congressman in the 1880s who thought Atlantis was the original home of an Aryan race. So you can
see, now you hear another angle. It was supposedly a land of an Aryan race. Look, family, there are spirits behind words, okay? Like people use the word F you because there's a spirit behind that word. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a spirit behind that word. You can use it on a sexual level. You can use it on an offensive level, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's still a spirit behind a word. I believe at this point that this word has a spirit behind it. And it's a wicked spirit. No offense to anybody, man. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing now, because you're gonna see yourself like what for real? It's got a Masonic, Kabbalist spirit too as well. Your side point real quick, brother. Mike Guide, he did a video, and I thought it was a really good a point of view that he was bringing up regarding words about enlightenment, like enlight, or the tree of death. You guys should maybe catch that. I thought he got pretty heavy on it in some aspects too, but it's really relative to what my point is. Words are powerful, and they can mean a lot of different things, but it has one intent, okay? And I'm seeing it right now, because look at really the Atlantis concept was basically this luminarian, some fucking, what do you call it? Aliens and shit. I'm telling you, I'm going to give you some examples. Let's go.
Modern ideas about the lost continent come from the writing of a Minnesota congressman in the 1880s who thought Atlantis was the original home of an Aryan race. So you can imagine what kind of agenda he may have been pushing. Here's the problem. This obsession with Atlantis often undermines real history. When people look at the Maya pyramids or the stone cities of Great Zimbabwe or the earthen mounds of the Mississippian cultures in North America, they sometimes say, this must have been Atlantis. But that's a load of Hancock and erases the truth. These were indigenous civilizations, building up over many generations through local genius, innovation, and centuries of cultural knowledge. We know these societies created advanced trade networks, astronomy, agriculture, and monumental architecture. They did not need help from a sunken continent, ancient aliens, or imaginary lost races. So the next time you hear about Atlantis, remember, it was always a myth. The real wonders of the past are right here on land, built by brilliant indigenous peoples. You know what I always say, ancient aliens, more like ancient sapiens. I'm Dr. Ken, and this was the Quick Dig.
So in one aspect, the Aryans consider it more of their land, and because it's for their taking, it belongs to them, and blah 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 blah. On the other end, you have some others that which we understand roots of it has to be from Pan-Africanism, Waboism. I'm sorry, maybe Moorish stuff like that. where they now want to claim exclusiveness. And again, and then I go back. Okay, well then, if you want to believe that, then what about what about Japhet, Ham, and Shem? And then like the brother, what Akuya said, what about Greece and Rome? Because you're going to see that as well. I'm telling you, family, this whole Atlantis has opened up. Like I said, I don't know, man. Just me speaking from self. You know what I'm saying? At least from what I can say and share spiritually with y'all. What I truly believe is there is a spirit behind this name. Okay? Just being frank with y'all. Listen to this.
According to various cultures, thousands of years ago, 3 continents were said to exist. Mu in the Pacific Ocean, Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, and Lemuria in the Indian Ocean. These continents are believed to have been inhabited by ancient and advanced civilizations that, after suffering a cataclysm, disappeared beneath the waves. According to
see what I mean?
Various cultures, thousands of years.
You know what, sis? I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that with us. The soul consciousness movement, music like the group Earth, Wind, and Fire, have their album Atlantis. Very esoteric. Oh wow, wow. Hold on a second. Let me see. Earth, Wind, and Fire album. Let me see. Let me see. Album Atlantis. Is it this one? Is it this one here? Well, it has one. I found one that has like a sphinx. I don't know if there's one that says Atlantis. Maybe I'll look into it later just for the sake of time. But, thank you for sharing that. And that's pretty heavy and crazy because it's esoteric. I think it's esoteric, man. The root of it, the root of where it comes from. Here's another great point. Let's go.
Of all the crazy bullshit going on around the country, somehow we ended up with this movement. People in Atlanta have united and decided that Atlanta is the real Atlantis. It must be the whole Atlant part of it all that's confusing them. How'd we get here? I don't know. Peak 2025 vibes.
Atlanta is Atlantis. 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 Atlanta is Atlantis.
Say it again, maybe it'll make it true. Or not. Out of all the shit we could have done, this is what we chose. Humanity is capable of having nice things. And this is why we don't. On one hand, we have the alien asteroid mothership coming. On the other hand, we discovered that Atlanta is Atlantis. We are rapidly decreasing the mass IQ. We're supposed to explore the star systems, y'all. Just so far off. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
I shared it because I thought it was funny. Honestly.
The city was built as a series of circles with a complex system.
I'm not necessarily trying to be funny, but I'm sharing with y'all where some of these things can take you. At least this is what I'm sensing, okay? Now, I've been wrong before. I know. I'm trying to connect the dots as much as anybody else, I guess, and I just don't see it. When you look further into the material that's been provided from necessarily any party, again, we're going academic here, and so far I've said if this was the old world and those people were here, how come the corn wasn't consumed throughout Europe until they came? Unless they lied to us about that too. But why would they lie to us? I mean, what benefit? You know what I'm saying? If anything, to be like, yo, we came back. This is always our land. Shit. We've been here. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? So just going through my thoughts. Let's go. This is going to be a little bit more extended understanding of Atlantis. Okay? So let me kind of speed it up a little bit. I'll give it to 15, all right? So he's gonna, this is exactly what Plato, and by the way, let me share this with y'all before I forget, okay? Before I forget. So I'm not necessarily going to go through these books like that, but I'm gonna give you the names. I may scan through them. Okay, I'm gonna give you the names of some of these books that you guys can also search for yourselves and take the time to read and dissect this too, because I've been reading, but I haven't been taking notes. And I don't want to extend this class either. You know, this is one perfect example of this occultism that relates to the secret Aryan cult. They also believe in the concept of Atlantis, okay? Right? That's what their claims are to be. So we have Atlantis, an interpretation by Manly P. Hall, which was a Masonic, esoteric, Kabbalist. We also have Plato's Atlantis. This is the one I would probably suggest to read this one first, maybe get a pretty good idea of the secrets of Plato's Atlantis. 1885. As you know, I don't just go to like 2000 and shit. And these are, you could say Ivy League school, stuff. So, I'm not showing you more concept. And again, it's Atlantis, the antediluvian world. And I'm gonna show you this book. This is probably the only one, maybe another one that I'll show you, but this is going to have a page here. When I play a video for you, in a little bit, like how it's just like, oh my God, bro, fucking shit. The video is going to explain to you what occurred, okay? So I don't go and babble. Like I want to make sure that you understand precisely what I'm telling you. Let's go.
So it all starts with Plato. Plato was one guy living in Athens 2,400 years ago. He had some really good ideas about justice, education, government, science, and a bunch of other things that influenced how our Western society developed. Pretty influential, incredible guy. And here he is in one of his texts describing a land called Atlantis. He said it was a utopia that was located, quote, past the Pillars of Hercules.
It was a utopia. Now, in case you guys don't know, let me give you the definition of utopia. I'm not going to change the page. Utopia. Come on, bro. Definition. Utopia definition. What is the simplest one? A country of ideal felicity and perfection. Utopia. I don't even know if that fucking gives us a good idea. A place in which human society, natural conditions are so ideally perfect that there is complete contentment. Okay? So, again, a utopia. All right, let's go.
So, somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. According to Plato, the city was built as a series.
Hold on, let's backwards. I'll explain it to you right now. Remember where he said Plato, right? And by the way, Plato got this story from somebody else, and I'm going to share with you who, all right? A lot of people don't bring this up, but you know me, I go historical. So, but even Plato says it's not even in these lands here. It says it was in the Atlantic. In the Atlantic. And then what happens to this land? Historically speaking, what happened here? Did it sink and then all of a sudden come up? I mean, what? If you're going to use Atlantis and Plato at the same breath, and then are we going to... Plato's Greco. Before it became Greco-Roman, Plato was Greco. So was Diodorus. What? So... let me continue, please. Let me continue.
He said it was a utopia that was located, quote, past the Pillars of Hercules. So somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. According to Plato, the city was built as a series of circles with a complex system of canals and walls made out of exotic metals. It was full of advanced...
Walls made out of exotic metals. Well... you ever seen the movies Marvel, right? With Thor and all that shit. Whatever that city they go to with Loki, where his dad is at, and the halls of Valhalla. I guess that's what it's called. Like that's what they're imagining, like that kind of shit. Okay, this is what Plato wrote. Do you understand what I mean, fam? This is what Plato wrote. Remember, we're going to the concept of Atlantis. And they're attaching Atlantis as being the old world, and they're saying the old world is here. So again, initially, that's why it's important, isotope, concept, corn. If those people were here with us, how come they don't have that in their diet? You know what I mean? And why didn't they take that with them when they left, and then all of a sudden, when they came back, now they forgot about it? I'm being me. You know what I mean? Forgive me, but I'm being me.
Technology and engineering. There was a massive palace. The city was decorated with golden statues. Plato says that Atlantis had an advanced military and navy, which ruled over this.
You see what Plato also wrote, family?
That's gonna hurt!
I mean, I hold on a second. So now it's like a fucking magnificent place, a utopic idea with everything you want, with the beautiful walls. And now we have an army, an invincible looking one. Plato wrote that, by the way. I guess this is where things are left out. And I mean, I've heard Plato several times, especially from, Wabo, especially from them, bro. More predominantly Diodorus Siculus, but obviously the source is Plato, and I'm going to show you who Plato got it from, okay? And they don't ever say that.
Huge island.
They don't ever say, massive statues made out of gold and the fucking. Okay, hold on, let's go.
Advanced technology and engineering. There was a massive palace. The city was decorated with golden statues. Plato says that Atlantis had an advanced military and navy, which ruled over this huge island civilization. Okay, before we go on here, let me make one.
See, he said that, I mean, I'm out of words. How come nobody ever mentions this? Like Colomiados, especially you, because you know what I mean? Like, especially that piece of shit. Colomiados, how come you never mention this and you make people believe that stupid shit? I get it. Our brother Misery, I get it. You want to, teach your people. I get it, bro. You know what I mean? I got no ill towards you. But man, these fucking wobbles, bro, like, this is why a couple of brothers agreed and a couple disagreed. And the ones that disagreed were like, bro, this is just giving an angle to these wobbles. And quite frankly, it kind of did in a moment, but then you really look back at it and it's like, they don't have any grip on this whatsoever. They're still reaching, bro. No offense. Let's go.
Thing crystal clear, which is that most historians agree that Plato wasn't describing a literal place. In his mind, Atlantis was a parable. It was a lesson that he was using to talk about utopian societies and the hubris of man and the downfall of humans and all of these things, and that it wasn't actually real. But the idea of this advanced civilization in the middle of the Atlantic did not go away. It stuck around for centuries, especially when Europeans started exploring the world. It's like the 1500s, Europeans are out discovering new lands, and a lot of these explorers were secretly hoping that they would stumble upon some advanced, lost civilization, like Plato's Atlantis, where maybe they would find all these precious resources and advanced technology. But the idea of Atlantis didn't really take off in any sort of serious way until a couple centuries later, with the arrival of science.
This is where the brother Mike guide, where the video he made was, hold on, let me see, family. Because he made some really good points, man. And again, that's here, let me see if I could show you. If I can find it, I'll share it with you. Here it goes right here. Let me see. Okay. All right, so
but in reverse.
Check this out. I thought it was a good point. All right, so we're not going to listen to the whole thing, but he made some valid suggestions regarding the meaning of the power of words and the misinformation, the age of information, or the age of enlightenment. You get what I'm saying? So just real quick, let's see if you guys can actually get it. And again, it goes to the point that I'm talking about, right? Words are powerful. That spirit behind Atlantis is a powerful spirit. And this is why I believe that, because Masonic Kabbalists are really, really, like, that shit means a lot to them. All right, let's go.
What if this trend or this new age trance is fake lights putting one into a deeper sleep? That's what misinformation does. You bite it, and then you get put to sleep, and then you go pondering, wandering, getting lost, chasing nothing. All because of this false information. descending, right? Now, awake means a funeral. So when they say we're in the age of awakening, so are we in the age of being put into a deeper sleep? So again, we're speaking
That's a valid point, because there's so much information out there. Like you said, you take a bite out of that shit, you think you got something going on, and it just takes you nowhere, right? Alice in Wonderland. Perfect example. Words are powerful. Propaganda is right now rampant. And, you know, I got brothers that follow this channel, some sisters too. And I don't want to put particular spirits upon our people, you know. And if I'm wrong, hey, maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at it on a spiritual level, family, not just on the surface level. All right, let's go.
fake light. It's connected with Satan. Satan is Lucifer. We see the word loose, and loose means lights, Lucifer. Another name is Beelzebub. Bulb, like light bulb, in that fool's name. His name's the Lord of Flies. The word lies is the flies. We're in the age of Aquarius, right? What sign is Aquarius? It's an air sign. Air, Aquarius. When we analyze this new age spiritual folk, who are mainly these Afrocentric type of people, these guys speak on enlightenments, right? You gotta open up your third eye, you gotta align yourself, and a lot of their teachings is like ancient Hindu stuff, which ancient Hindu shit is actually occult type shit. And when you get into the occult and all this mystical information, like I just stated earlier,
when you get into the occult and all this mystical information, I'm going to tell you this right now. Blavatsky, who was a Luciferian, who was Aleister Crowley, she like Aleister Crowley learned from her, something like that, or they talk. I don't remember. I got some notes on it. Like they believe in Atlantis as well. So it's like that whole spiritual aspect of words, powerful words, propagandizing, or through you know, like certain avenues, like I guess like here. Let's just continue.
A lot of it's 90% lies and 10% truth. There is a truth in all religions, all these secret teachings, even in the public and private, right? There is a deeper message, but not everybody will get it. And I'm going to get deeper into it. Satan told Adam and Eve, look, yo.
He kind of goes a little bit, he talks about something else, and then he comes back to it, but you know, for the sake of time, I wanted to at least give you a little bit of that right there. The age of science. So exactly the age of enlightenment, right? Awake, or you mean like the age of more confusion? Let's go.
Science was not invented by Europeans in like the 1700s, but Europe was going through a scientific revolution where more and more people were tinkering with instruments and methodologies that were teaching them about reality. They were displacing the old explanation that God was responsible for all of reality, and they were gathering empirical evidence that explained the world in new ways. As a part of all of this science, European explorers were stumbling upon lost cities they thought were just myths. If these thought to be mythical cities ended up being real and scientists are finding them, what else was out there? Maybe Plato's Atlantis?
Maybe Plato's Atlantis. You see, at that moment, what occurred. And we do know, if you follow this channel, regarding those people with that movement, right? It was mostly what? Masonry. Kabbalist, Talmudic. You can't have Freemasonry without the Talmud, in case you guys don't know that. You can't have Freemasonry without the Sephiroth, in case you guys don't know that. You can't have Freemasonry without the chakra or the 7 levels or the Jacob's ladder. You can't, that's, I'm telling you, it's all connected. Spiritually speaking, we have to be mindful.
So yeah, it's the 1800s, science is having a big moment, and Atlantis is trending once again.
There was no concept in the mid-1800s that civilization had been around for thousands and thousands of years. You know, most people were still kind of using the Bible as the main source of information about the human past, so people thought that the Earth was relatively young.
People were approaching the idea of Atlantis with a much more scientific lens. There was a bunch of scientific theories on offer at the time. For example, we were learning just how much the continents we stand on aren't fixed. They're actually all floating around, bumping into each other. And this helped explain why scientists were finding fossils that matched up with each other even though they were an ocean apart. They were seeing the same sort of thing with cultures as well. The Egyptians and the Mayans both had created pyramids, but there's no way they could talk to each other. Their arches, their writing systems, their agricultural practices, all very similar. How could you explain this? And this is where this idea caught hold. What if there was one civilization where all of this knowledge had stemmed from? One that was perhaps right in between the
You see that? That all of a sudden everything stems from here. But again, goes back to my first question. We are what we eat. Nobody can take that from us. If Japhet, Ham, and Shem were here together, wouldn't we have some relation in our diets as well? Why would they disconnect from the foods that were here? All of a sudden, 1492 comes and then they take food back over there. Well, if they were here already, wouldn't they have had that already? Right? And again, we're going to go into like the whole Plato stuff too. Let's go.
New and old world. What if it was Plato's Atlantis? People in Europe and America really started to think about Atlantis through the lens of science. They started producing books and lectures and
that one there, that's Plato, the Andulian world, and Delinian or some shit like that. Hold on, I showed it to you guys. Give me a second. That is this book, I believe. This one. The antediluvian world. Atlantis, the antediluvian world, okay? I believe that's the book here. Hold on, let me close it up real quick because I don't want to get confused. I believe that's the book. All right, let's go.
Studies and graphs and maps.
And all of these maps are pointing to an area here because they say that it's sunk. That's what they say, that it's sunk. So if you believe this is Atlantis, then Atlantis sunk and had all of those, concepts of great civilization and fucking all kinds of shit and a great army in the world and all that. Then that means, these lands, this continent of America would have sunk, or specifically North America would have sunk, I guess. You get what I mean? I'm going to show you a video pretty soon that says that Japhet was up here, Shem was here, and Ham was here. Again, the same Atlantis shit. Okay, let's go.
And this gets us to the maps that I've been obsessed about. The maps that I pulled the trigger on and just bought the originals because I couldn't help myself. Can we just get a short montage that shows how beautiful these maps are, please? Thank you. Okay, so here's where the story gets a little bit wild. I'm going to show you finally what these maps show. This is also where things get a little bit dark. These maps were created by a Scottish banker turned amateur cartographer and anthropologist at the very end of the 1800s and into the early 1900s. You have to understand something about that time. Yes, a scientific revolution was taking place. Yes, science was trending and we were revolutionizing everything about how we saw the world. And yet at the same time, there was another revolution, which was a spiritual revolution. People were throwing off the old ways of thinking about God, but were still in this kind of awkward middle ground where they wanted to embrace science, but they also had some leftover thinking from the religious days, making claims about reality, but using kind of superficial empirical evidence, and then filling in the blanks, connecting the dots with more evidence that they had gathered by being in touch with spirits or psychic powers. These clairvoyant powers boosted their ability to do science, which, wasn't really science.
We're talking about the late 19th century, and so we don't know that much. We don't have some of the same skills and the same tool set that we have today in archaeology.
And this makes Atlantis the perfect target for this sort of thinking. And it's that kind of thinking that produced these maps. So let me decode them.
You see this right here? So now we're getting a very good idea of how this concept of Atlantis came about, of who wrote about these particular things. So, like the sister said here, it's antediluvian world before Noah, right? So they actually emphasize that. Now, I want to show this to you, because this is kind of like the whole purpose. This is the video that kind of triggered it. Do I have it? Hold on. Let me see if I have the sets. Okay, so that was already set. Hold on, family. I don't even know what that is. What are you showing up in my screen for? Let me see if I have the Facebook page. Nah, this is over here. All right, let me show you something, family. Hold on. Copy. Let me go to the window here. Earth, wind, and fire. Atlantis. That's crazy. I'll check it out later. So this is the video that I want to share with you. All right, let me put it on pause real quick. Hold on. Shut your face up. All right, so this is this is another Atlantis concept, and we're gonna listen to this for a moment. I'm gonna magnify this one because I want you to see what he's saying. We're gonna slowly break this down if we can. Okay, so here we see this guy says this.
History has been totally inverted. Human life started in the Americas but was reset.
Human life started in the Americas, but it was reset. Okay, so he says that Japheth was up north, Shem in the middle, and Ham on the bottom. Okay? These are people that believe this is the old world. Okay. Now, funny as it sounds, as funny as it sounds, none of these people will ever bring you these books here. And, I've shared these jubilees with you before, okay? And I told you how Canaan is on the west coast, so to speak, of Africa, okay? Now, here is jubilees talking about the division between Ham, Cush, and Shem. I'm sorry, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Cush. What the fuck? Okay? So in Jubilees chapter 9, verse 1, it says, "And Ham divided amongst his sons, and his first portion came forth for Cush, towards the east, and to the west of him for Mizraim." So it goes from east to west. You get that? From this side to this side. From east to west. If you look at the map, all right? And to the west of him, Mizraim, and to the west of him, Put, and to the west of him, to the west thereof, the Sea of Canaan. Okay? So he's here, Ham, dividing his children. And the way that he puts it here, he says, I guess, because, and here's if it even gets worse. Japheth is up there, Canaan is there? What the fuck? But now, hold on. Now, Jubilee says that Ham divided his land, his lot, and he says that it started with Cush to the east, Mizraim to the west of Cush, Put to the west of Mizraim, and then Canaan to the west of Put. That's the way that Jubilee says it. If we go by this old map, supposedly old world, it makes no sense. When you actually look at a map in Africa, it makes perfect sense, right? Watch this real quick. Map of Africa. So we see here, very simple image. Let's see, guess here. Yeah, all right. So Cush, west of him, Mizraim, west of him, Put, west of him, Canaan. Okay? But no, he says, like other people, this is the old world, and that Japheth was up there. I don't know why Canaan is up there. Shem is, how convenient in North America. Fucking Anglo-Saxons, bro. Oh my God. Sons of Edom, man. It's fucking funny to me. And then the worst part is Ham. All right, so now let's continue with this, okay? Then he says some other dumb shit.
The world was reset several times. Eventually, so-called Atlantis.
All right, the world will reset several times. Now, he says here, eventually the word Atlantis, yada, yada, yada. So it says Atlantis, the antediluvian world, okay? Now, I shared with you guys that we have that book, okay? So it's right here. Let me take you to that page because he goes through it real fast, so you don't get to see it. You just hear what he says, right? And here, this white guy, right? Out of all the people, it's usually Anglos, Pan-Africanists, and Masonic Kabbalists that are pushing this very, very deeply. Again, when I'm wrong, I'll admit it when I'm wrong. And it's all talking about different things, right? Okay, so now here in the same book, he basically, these people are trying to steal your heritage, family, quite frankly, and erasing everything that's about you by claiming it to be like so-called Atlantis. Because if you knew the real history of this, like Atlantis story, you'd find out that you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be necessarily part of that shit. It says here, page 174. Without Atlantis, how can we explain the fact that the early Egyptians were depicted by themselves as red men on their own monuments? Remember the video I showed you guys about Chief X? Okay, right? People like that still look like that, right? Remember I showed you how they did DNA samples on the mummies? And it actually showed that the mummies were resembling those same people, like that mitochondrial DNA within the mummy were basically showing those people like in East Africa, as well as, the Levant. How is that not comparable to like when the brother said that the oldest mummy that they found here was also connected with our native people, right? He made a great point on that. I'll give him props for that. So if we're going to take the sample of a DNA that was ran here and proves particular things, how we can ignore the DNA samples that were taken over there by them? And if that's the case, then the Mayas have no relationship to those particular Egyptians. And again, that's a Moorish teachings. I'm just going to tell you. Here we go on and conclude. And on the other hand, how can we account for the representation of Negroes on the monument of Central America? Remember the brothers talking about enlightenment, being awake, more of a funeral, giving you 10% of truth with 90% fucking bullshit. So now, by using this angle of Atlantis, as you can see, Atlantis was Atlantis. Atlantis was Atlantis. Well, look at this right here. It says Desire or Desiree Charnay, now engaged in exploring those monuments, has published the North American Review for December 1880, photographs of a number of idols exhumed at San Juan de Teotihuacan, from which I select the following strikingly Negroid faces. How the fuck do you mean these are Negroid faces? That little nose or whatever nose is gone. I mean, I don't understand. Like the lips, you mean? The eyes? Like, what do you mean, bro? Are you serious? This is what you consider. This is family. Are you see what I mean? I'm out of words with this shit. But again, I'm showing you the source of what that dude is saying. Okay? Or what he's saying. All right. So this is where he's getting it from. Let's continue with the bullshit.
This fell and fractured into factions. After a major reset.
Okay, so now let's see. So after a major reset, so remember what he showed first? Japhet, Canaan, Shem, and then Ham on the bottom? Okay. So now he says, Babylon is in like right there. Assyria is right there. Israel is over here. Lebanon is like in California, San Francisco. Philistia is like in San Diego and shit. The Great Sea, the Red Sea, okay. And then Egypt is in Texas and shit. Remember Jubilees? Remember Jubilees 9? Remember Jubilees 9? It says that, Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan would be, at least together. We understand that in chapter 10, Canaan goes somewhere else. But if Egypt is there, wouldn't Cush be here? And he said Old Testament map. So earlier you said Japhet was up there, Shem there, and then all of a sudden Ham is there. But then you put Egypt there, even though Ham is in South America. Do you follow what I'm saying, family? Now let's go back to chapter 9 of Jubilees. Chapter 9, verse 1. Chapter 9, verse 2. And Shem also divided among his sons, and the first portion came forth for Ham and his sons to the east of the river Tigris till he approaches the east, and the whole land of India, and the Red Sea, and on the coast. Where's India? Oh, Elam is up there? So India's up there in the fucking north? So they grow olive trees up in San Francisco and shit? You mean they were transporting purple fucking oysters and like purple shirts? The purples were living in San Diego and shit. Is that what you're saying, bro? First he said, remember family, Japheth was up north. He said Canaan was here, apparently, and then Shem was all over this fucking place. But then at the same time, he's like Babylon and Assyria and then Egypt, right? Egyptian Sea. Okay, well, perfect. Once again, I'm asking people, please answer my fucking questions once and for all. Ham divided among his sons the first portion for Cush towards the east, and toward west of him Mizraim, and to the west of Put, and to the west of him Put, and to the west of him Canaan. And at the same time, people, you know, you have to understand that you've used these verses too to prove who Canaan was. Here it says Canaan saw the Lebanon. Here we're talking about how, Jubilees 10:28 actually says that once Ham got his land, he divided it amongst his children. They all went forward and got their lands. And Ham and his sons went into the lands which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. In the land of the south. Now he put Ham right in South America. But then all of a sudden he puts Egypt right there in Texas. It says here, and Canaan saw the land of Lebanon of the river of Egypt, that it was very good. Let me go. Hold on. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion into the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, and went not into his land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. So here we're seeing that Canaan, right, because he said Canaan was here, was supposed to go that way. But he stopped here in San Francisco because Egypt was technically right next to San Francisco based on Jubilees. Here we see in Ham, verse 30, and Ham, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, in which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, and if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. You see that? Dwell not in the dwellings of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did come to us by lot. And he got cursed. But you know what I'm saying? Here it actually says that the rest of the brothers, they listen. So if you're Egypt here, then Put should be here. And next to Put should be Canaan over here. But then at the same time, Cush should be over here. But you said earlier that Ham was in the south. Okay, let's continue.
He said civilization collapsed on the west coast and there was a massive migration east. Then
he says, now check this out, family. This is where it gets even worse. Originally called Rome, Maryland, District of Columbia, under the sovereign ownership of Rome, built on 7 hills, founded by Jesuits. John Carroll's first Catholic bishop. Carroll also founded Georgetown. So here he's now saying that in the same land that he just put you
into factions. After
right. Okay. Now he's saying, hold on. Remember, family. He's talking about everybody being in these lands. Oh, we're all like kumbaya shit. You know what I'm saying? By the way, this white guy more likely says, you Mexicans are Mongolians, right? Just a reminder of that. Because this is what he's going to say.
A major reset. Civilization collapsed on the west coast and there was a massive migration east. America is the original Rome, Greece, Egypt.
You see that? America is the original Rome, Greece, Egypt.
Israel, etc.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh, okay, man. You said Japheth, Canaan, Shem, and then Ham in the south. Then you put Egypt in Texas. You put then all of a sudden Rome there as well. Where the fuck? What do you mean? So Rome is like in Babylon, Assyria, like North America? Are you serious?
Rome is Edom. Look at the Doeg.
So now he uses the Doeg. Look at the Doeg. Oh, check this out.
Doeg Indians of the DC area. Look who Doeg is in the Bible.
Oh, so he takes one name and all of a sudden he finds that name in the Bible. All of a sudden he's like, oh, look, he's an Edomite. Is there possibly a chance that those natives were taught the Bible a certain way and then they like that name, like when my legal name or slave name is Cesar? You know what I mean? My mom got it from the Bible. Because that have... No, you know what? No, that's right. Because I'm Cesar. That means I'm a fucking Roman. Wow, bro. Edom, y'all so fucking full of it. It's fun.
Bible. Edom or Esau was...
So check this out. Edom or Esau, he says it's red. Okay, check this out.
It's ruddy. Ruddy is copper colored.
So now ruddy is copper colored? Whoa. I'm telling you, this spirit is fucking deep, family. This spirit is deep and nuts.
Red brown. Many Edomites are listed.
So now he says Edomites are listed as black. Yeah, because you want to know something? Their daddy was white. Could that be the reason? Could it be the reason? Like, for example, Bob Marley, I'm sure you look at him and shit and you wouldn't know it. His dad is white. And, you know, they're like, what's your father's name? Well, what's your daddy? My dad's Caucasian. That's what you are. Shit. What up, bro? Good to have you here. Some believe that Mount Kailash is the remains of the old Tower of Babel. Even today, they walk around the mountain, which takes 3 days. I don't know where's that at? Let me see. Mount what? Mount Kailash. Oh, like way over there? Oh, that mountain. Yeah, that's a huge freaking mountain, bro. Yeah. And I never knew that, to be honest with you. But anyways, I'll continue.
As Negro on their birth and death certificates. Rome took over Greece,
okay, so here we go.
Which was centered in Philadelphia.
So then, okay, so now here we go. Now we better see a bigger picture. Okay, remember initially in the video earlier, he had Japhet. I'm sorry to reemphasize it, but this is what he did. Japhet, Shem, and Ham. Japhet way up in Canada, Shem right in the North America, and in Ham, South America, okay? But then he puts Canaan over there by west, the Pacific West. And then the next picture, then he says Egypt is in Texas now, okay? Babylon is over there by Michigan. Assyria is over there by north of Michigan, close to Canada. And by the way, Lebanon is up there in California, San Francisco, and Philistine is down there in San Diego. Okay, don't forget that shit. But now, no, we're not done yet, though. We're not done yet, though. Now he puts Rome. Remember, keep in mind, this is all the Atlantis concept. The spirit behind that name is fucking powerful, family. Then he puts Rome now over there, like in Philadelphia, bro? Wasn't that in Babylon? Wasn't that in as close to Assyria? What the fuck?
The original capital of the country. City Hall was built by the previous owners. There are no construction photos. The building was already completed before they put the scaffolding up. It is an old world building. Colonization happened inwardly first and
you see, colonization happened inwardly first. So check this out.
Then went into Europe. That's why we see.
So then basically the white people, right, that went to Europe, or the white people that came from Europe, right, were originally here. But they forgot to take the corn. Hold on. I got to give you this shit. And another one. Hold on a second. So you guys were here initially, then you fucking forgot to take the corn, went to Europe, forgot that you were here from here, and then all of a sudden you came back, conquered back the land, and now you want... What the fuck are we doing here?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Man, bro, for real. Jesus, man. Some Edomites migrated and married nations of Ham, with Wismarine put in Canaan. Wasn't Esau's wife a Canaanite? Yeah, the first one definitely was. Let's go.
The so-called Roman architecture as far as China. Look, there are Noah.
Look. Oh, look, so watch he says here. He says, there are stories of Noah and all these things. Nearly every major ancient civilization and many smaller cultures have a flood myth featuring a Noah-like figure who survived in divinely sent catastrophe. So let's pause for a moment. Fucking dumbass. Do you not read the Bible? So that means that Japhet, Ham, and Shem would have known that story, right? Because their father told them. They were fucking there. Oh my God. You see what I'm saying, family? It's preponderous. But again, the spirit of Atlantis, it's very deadly. Let's go.
Equivalents or survivors of the flood for hundreds of cultures. Scots actually came from North.
See, there you go. So now Scots actually came from North America. Are you seeing the bigger picture now? Are you seeing the bigger picture now? Are you seeing it now? So now, supposedly, black Caucasians were from the Americas, went to Europe, and then got kicked out. Okay, watch, let him say himself.
America into Europe. The real Scots were like King Charles.
You see, the real Scots were like King Charles. So it says Swarty King. His mother, Queen Henrietta Maria reportedly nicknamed him in the Black Boy due to his dark complexion at birth, dark appearance at birth. Following his defeat at the Battle of Worcester in 1651, a parliamentary wanted poster described him as tall and black man, dark skin, right? It says, particularly his Italian grandmother, the Mary de Medici, rather than the African ancestry. Funny that he just ignores that, right? Then he says, let's continue.
So-called black. The original Scots weren't the lowlanders.
So now he says the original Scots weren't white, they were black.
They were the Highlanders.
They were the Highlanders, not the Lowlanders.
The Bible is from the Americas.
So he says now the Bible is from the Americas, and I remember the brother did give us a point regarding the Wampanoag tribe, right? So let me share something with you guys about that.
All the events in it were in the Americas. See? Some of the original copies are dedicated to King Charles. Look.
We're going to talk about all these things, all right?
King James brought us the Protestant Bible.
So here he goes. King James brought us the Protestant Bible, okay?
King James was King Charles's grandfather.
He was King Charles' grandfather.
The Scots landed in Ireland first and brought the Gaelic Bible. The Bible of today is a quadruple paraphrase remix of the American autochthonous Bible. It got turned into the Sir Francis Bacon Shakespeare.
See, it got turned into the Sir Francis Bacon Shakespeare. Hold on. Remember Francis Bacon, who, by the way, also was the first one to write about Atlantis. So he's saying that Francis Bacon tricked you guys from not believing in Atlantis, changing the Bible shit, right? But at the same time, writing about it, that this was Atlantis. Now, mind you, remember, keep in mind, the book that was presented, from what I find, it was a translation, right? All right, let's continue. I'm going to show you some links. Let's go.
Aryan Astro-Theologian Bible that we see today, which was an effort to make the Sinite script seem like the original version of the Bible, to make it Canaanite-centric.
See, to make it Canaanite-centric.
Phony or Phoenician.
Oh, so now, phony, so it's Phoenician? This Hey, Pico, Pico de Gallo. Really? It's just like that. It's like simple shit. Man, this is so funny to me. Let's continue.
To further hide the true origins, these so-called black Celts settled into Iberia, but nobody ever talks about the two Iberias. The Shem.
So now check this out. Japheth, Shem, and Ham, right? So now he uses this map, and then he says this.
Shem and Ham zones need to be brought up a little higher, but you get the picture.
Wait. They should be brought up a little higher, but you get the picture. So then he puts Japheth, Shem, and Ham in America, and then he puts Japheth, Shem, and Ham in the continents over there.
Look. Eber was all over.
Look. Fucking shit.
Over. Eber is the great-grandson of Shem. The Caucasus were part of the kingdom of Iberia.
So now he says the Caucasus. Okay. Oh, my God. Persian Empire. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. So you have Babylon over there, Assyria over there, and then you say Egypt is over there, but all of a sudden now you put the Persian Empire over there? Didn't the Greeks dethrone the Persian Empire? Wasn't King Cyrus the one that freed the Israelites, right? And then Darius was the one that took over, and then he was basically, through his kids, dethroned by the Greeks, who were basically in Pennsylvania? But now you put the Persian Empire, who you completely ignored in North America, right? Or anywhere else, right, then, for that matter. Now you put them in the old world. Empire of Alexander. You also say earlier, Greco-Romans were over there, here in Philadelphia, North America, over there in New York and all that shit. But then all of a sudden you use a map that says Empire of Alexander. Did you know Alexander was a Greco? When you know history and you actually study this shit, you start maps. I like maps. I don't want to say love maps. I like maps a lot, right? So I look at them, and this is where it gets all confusing. Wait, hold on a second. Slow your roll, troll. Media Empire, Persian Empire. That was basically an empire prior to Alexander the Great. But you put Alexander the Great and all his Greco people over there in Pennsylvania because you said that was Rome, Greece, and all that shit, right? Okay, let's continue.
These are Iberians or Caucasians. Caucasians, real ones, cosplay. They built these. Real Caucasians are so-called black.
Well, let's continue.
The world wars were an attempt to whitewash the history, to genocide the link of.
So he says, the ancient and modern Britons, they journeyed far through the world, called them the Cashmouse, Coldsmiths, that here by the Shelmites or Ishmaelites and the descendants of Hagar, gypsies, are meant scarcely admit of doubt. It says, late in 1417, there came to Lindsberg a band of 3 wanderers, black as Tartars, and calling themselves Sekani. Next comes along notice of a troop fully 100 lean, black, hideous Egyptians in the Chronica de Bologna in July 18, 1422, which tells how the sorcerer's Duke, Andrew Wife, could read the past and future of men. Funny how he didn't read that. But he's talking about Ishmaelites, who was obviously related to the Bible. Remember? But again, where did he put Babylon in Assyria? Oh, all of a sudden now he forgot about the actual migration of Abraham. Didn't Abraham have a baby with Hagar? But all of a sudden you bring about Ishmaelites, and then you put the Persian Empire over there, which obviously I'm assuming you're not forgetting them. However, you never put them in North America, Central or South. That this just is not relevant to you at all. Family, you see the confusion, what's going on here? You see what I'm saying? When you are mindful of what you're reading and you're actually studying your actual history, not just blabbering some fucking dumb shit and then claiming to understand the Bible, and all of a sudden you completely defecate on the book. Ishmaelites now, descendants of Hagar, who happen to be the sons of Abraham. So where's Abraham in your map? Oh, that's right. This is where? In the Middle East, isn't it? That's right. Because it also mentions Egyptians. Unless you're saying that Egyptians of Texas map that you showed earlier, but you don't seem to mention Israel. Okay, let's continue.
Of their origins. You melanated people built these.
Okay, let's go.
Stuff like this, see? The construction story of this building makes no sense. Biggest building on Earth, built by communists, supposedly. The Far East was also developed by you melanated peoples, but their mutant slaves took over in the reset.
They're mutant slaves. You see that? So they're called Mongolians. You see what I'm saying? You see the racism in this shit too, family? Listen, if you want to blow somebody, bro, go blow somebody else and shit. Don't fuck around with our history.
After all the resets and reset wars, the leadership was weakened. The mutant slave versions of all these peoples.
See, look. Then he goes Psalms 83. The most direct team up occurs, Psalms 83, which describes a coalition of nations conspiring to wipe Israel out as a nation. This alliance explicitly includes tents of Edom, Esau, which you are part of, Ishmaelites, which you just pointed out that they're over there, Persian Empire are basically Arab, Persians. They're considered in the bloodline of Ishmael in a sense, Amalek, descendants of Esau through Eliphaz, Philistia and Tyre, coastal Canaanite Philistine regions. Okay, it's funny how in some aspects he's bringing out the Bible. So then, okay, show us in the Bible where you actually have Texas as Egypt, Babylon as Michigan, Assyria as basically, north of Michigan, right? And then show us in the Bible how Lebanon is in California, San Francisco, California, and then how the Philistia is in San Diego and shit. And you know what I mean? No, it's not going to happen, family.
Teamed up to usurp the thrones and reset and invert the history. After the reset that...
You see all... Okay, so now he goes here. Migration to prime area occurred in 2 waves. An early Roman era presence and more definitive settlement during the Carolingian period, 9th and 10th century. Roman period 400 for the 4th century. The earliest documented Jewish community was in Coling in 321 CE. These earlier settlers were likely merchants following Roman trade, Roman routes to Italy. All right, let's continue.
Took Rome down. Roman slaves throughout Europe set up enclaves like Ashkenaz. William of Orange was one of the many to lead mutant revolutions, which led to this. Ish people are grafts.
See, so Scottish, Jewish, British, right? So that's what he's saying, that, well, you're not a real Brit because you're British. You're not a real Jew. Well, we know about the Jewish part, Scottish part. So I wonder what he considers himself to be. I'm assuming you're none of these Yiddish at all?
The grafts are the mutants that revolted worldwide, from William of Orange.
See, so then he says, Revolution of 1848, also called the Springtime of Nations, where a series of widespread political upheaval across Europe driven by liberalism, nationalism, and economic hardship that challenged conservative monarchies of sought greater political participation and national self-determination, right? So keep in mind, family, that throughout this whole assumption of his, basically, he's completely erasing the history of our people. 1492 never happened, basically. It was just total bullshit, fam. All the raping, murdering of our people, never happened. It's a lie. You never been raped. You never been murdered. No, they never gave you smallpox. No. We're all here. We were all here, bro. We're all here, bro. Abraham and Hagar, Ishmael, Shemite, Ham, mixed Shemite of the father and the seed. Yep. It's funny to me, bro. Yeah, they enslaved the X-Men. Fucking Wolverine, you gosh darn Wolverine, you.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's right. The enslaved X-Men. Let's continue with the bullshit.
Barnes to today. They were positioned like drone armies to wipe the history. The reset wars were fomented by you melanated.
See, the reset wars were fomented by you melanated people. I wonder, I'm melanated? I guess, I can sit in the sun, get really, really tanned and shit. Oh, that's right. That's not me because I don't have woolly hair. That's what it is? Is that what it is? White Pan-Africanist? Are we having FBA shit again? Here we go. But again, it's all about the spirit of Atlantis, right? I'm telling you, family, that spirit is fucking deadly.
People that wanted a new world order. They used their graph mutant militias to circumvent karma, like King Saul used Doeg. They need isn't real for the identity theft scheme. Keep in the line.
Okay, so now you get the picture. All right, so now let's get into some actual documents here. First, let me show you this. I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And let me see where you're at. Oh, that's way back here. Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures, and this is from a book called Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, and we're going to go through some names here. All right. Egyptus, Egypt, right? That's basically what, hold on, is it page 11? Hold on, am I doing wrong? 11, 12. Okay, sounds good. Let's do it this way. So we're going to start with just some names. This is a dictionary book that's giving us names of, of the time. Egyptist, Egypt, country in ancient geography forming the northeast of Africa, bounded north by the Mediterranean. Remember, keep in mind that we started with, DNA samples of like the mummies. We also started with DNA samples of your isotopes, right? We're academically debunking this thing. Now, we also understand that, like the brother shared, that, DNA is legitimate. So if the sister here was found with DNA of us, identifying us as those natives, or that she's relative to our people, again, the whole mummification where prior to them, I don't, again, that's a good point. Can't take that away from you. But at the same time, we also have to accept the fact that this DNA that was done on these particular mummies are referencing these people of that time. So then there was no connection of Maya being Egyptian. You get what I'm saying? If we're going to go by DNA as well. So in this case, I would respect this DNA too, because if we're going by DNA, then we should stick to it. Bound and by the Mediterranean, on the east by Palestine, Arabia, Petrea, and the Red Sea, and on the south by Ethiopia, and on the west by Libya Desert. Probably for some centuries before the first dynasty of Egypt, a fresh race had been permeating the country. All right, so at least we get an idea of Egypt. All right, so now let's go to page 12, which is just continuing with the whole, Egypt. But remember, keep in mind that we're going to mention something real quick. It says from 300 to 200 BC, Egypt was more peaceful and prosperous than it had been for some centuries. The Roman age lasted 30 BC and 6040 AD. The end of Egyptian independence was a death stroke to the country, which became the milch cow of the Roman emperor. Remember, he put Rome up there in Pennsylvania. So you're saying that all the Roman history, like all those buildings, all those people in Italy, like all of them were lied to as well? Is that what you're saying? I don't think I've ever found any skeletons regarding I mean, from people that you guys, you know what I mean? Like, you say, what? Wait. But again, you put Alexander the Great over there with the Persian Empire in the Middle East. You see what I mean? So we can't pick and choose here. Now, again, once more, Alexander the Great. Who's Alexander the Great? Remember, keep in mind, family, this is part of the fourth beast. Okay? Alexander the Great is part of the fourth beast. Okay? Let's not forget that. Which is Greece. Which is the lineage of Herod. Which is, 4 generals came out of him. Is that history not real too? The Greeks were not only in the New Testament. Romans were also not only in the New Testament. They were in the Old Testament. Chittim. We can't ignore these things. Matter of fact, Guaracuya, that was an excellent question that you had. What about Greeks and Romans? And if I'm not mistaken, I think the brother said something to the effect. Forgive me if I'm misrepresenting your answer, but I think he had said that, well, if you believe only in the New Testament, I mean, well, then in that case, then are we going to ignore the Apocrypha too? Because the Apocrypha talks about Greeks specifically. Because that's leaving out the transitioning from Babylon or Babylon, Assyria to Persia Mede to Greco-Roman. Without the Apocrypha, you miss the whole Greco part of becoming Rome. You get what I'm saying? But here, Alexander the Great, king of Macedonia, son of Philip, whom succeeded in 336 BC, being the third 5 kings of Macedonia. But again, I don't think that we can ignore this anymore, family, because guess what? What was the initial point of the class? What was the initial point? What was the initial question in mind? Atlantis, right? And I also showed you guys let me show it again. Academically Reckoning Atlantis, a truly romantic novel, okay? So earlier, I had showed you exactly who that concept came from, Plato. Well, Plato is Greco. So regardless how you see Atlantis, in one way, you can't ignore the Greeks because Plato is a Greek. So if you ignore the Greeks, then you cannot use Plato because he is a Greek himself. Diodorus Siculus is also a Greek, right? Because that was a great question, Guaracuya. It was a great question. Like, what about them? Where's Rome and Greece? In Greece. Now, this Gringolandian, he puts Rome and Greece over there in Pennsylvania. I don't know what the fuck that means, but then he puts Alexander the Great, who is part of the Greeks, over there by the Persian Empire. Makes no sense. Now here, 336 BC, it's right around the time of Plato. Okay? So we're seeing the connection. Like, we cannot exclude these things because it matters to our history, at least if we believe in the Bible. Right? Here, I'll minimize it. You guys can take a picture of it if you want to read it. It's called the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History. Okay? Let me go through this again. Here's Diodorus Siculus. Okay? Who was Diodorus Siculus? Greek historian, born in Agirium in Sicily. He was in Egypt about 660 BC. His history was written after the death of Julius Caesar and ended in the Gallic War, taking 30 years in writing. You can't ignore Greece because you're also referencing Plato and Diodorus. Herodotus also, who wrote about, Atlantis too, is Greek. 400 BC, 500 BC, something to that effect. Herod, family of them. And we know Egypt has some dealings with Rome because Greeks had dealings with Egyptians. And that's historical. That's over there too. We can't ignore that. And there's no history of that shit here. And again, we're going back to history. DNA, isotopes, DNA samples from the mummies in Egypt. There's no referencing of Egyptians to Mayans whatsoever in their blood at all. Hieroglyphics, maybe. Makes perfect sense. But then are we going to ignore Second Esdras, the migration? Because the 10 tribes went somewhere, and that then later in that, and I'm going to show you that chapter later on when the 10 tribes, they're going to have to come back to the land. You want to know why? Because if you look at prophecy, it says that where the 10 tribes went, Babylon, that land's going to be destroyed. So they're going to have to come back to the land. So the scriptures, if you believe this is Babylon, the scriptures say that this place is going to burn, where no one else will be able to inhabit. Remember the initial video I showed you? Remember the initial video I showed you? Let me show it to you again. Because again, we got a couple hours. It's not too long. Sorry if I'm going fast. Sorry if I'm going fast, family, but I want to tackle this subject and so we can move on, right?
Asking what happened and whether this is really a glimpse. A video that's been spreading online claims to show America in the year 2050, and it's got millions of people questioning reality. In the footage, a man who says he's a time traveler approaches what he says is the White House. But it no longer looks familiar. Instead of the bright, iconic building everyone knows, the columns are cracked, the windows are broken, and it looks like an old abandoned structure. He steps inside what used to be the Oval Office, and all that's left is dust and empty rooms. The same clip then shows a highway that used to be busy with cars. Now the pavement is cracked with tree roots pushing up through it, and rusted, abandoned cars line the road. He also walks into a Walmart with empty shelves and faded signs, while outside the parking lot is overgrown and looks like a wasteland. But the most shocking part is what he claims is the Pentagon, once a symbol of U.S. military power. In his video, it looks like burned out ruins with blackened walls, broken windows, and a torn American flag still hanging. And he used live streaming to recount the authenticity of his journey. As he walks through debris-filled offices in dead silence, viewers are left asking what happened and whether this is... Viewers are left asking...
And again, if you believe in the prophecies, then you would know that that's what it's talking about. It says right there, Isaiah 13, Jeremiah 51, they all talk about like the burning of Babylon, a place that will never be settled ever again. Unless we're just going to let it go now. I'm asking, Now we're going to look at, we know Diodorus Siculus, we read about him. Herodotus around that same time. Herod, family of them, which are Grecos, right? Continues on and on. This is 174, 175. We see Idumea, which is basically them. This is Solomon. Oh, okay. So here, I want to show you this real quick. Hold on. So switch 382, 328, 327. Hold on. Okay. All right. So let me show you this real quick. All right. So this is the important one here. So Plato. Born between 427 BC through 347 BC. It goes back, okay? It doesn't go forward. It's going back, right? So he was what? 87, I believe. No, fuck. Let me see. Let me go back. 40. This is a fucking weird way to count it. Hold on a second. My math is way off today. What the fuck, bro? The pasa, güey, no seas pendejo. Shit. Hold on. Let me figure this out. 427 minus 347. 80 years old. I guess I was right. Almost right. Fuck it. Whatever. All right. So it says here, Plato, Greek philosopher. Greek philosopher. We can't ignore that. And the only way you know about Greeks is if you read the Apocrypha. And that means if you read the Apocrypha, that means that you understand that the 10 tribes left their land region, went somewhere else, and are waiting to come back to their land. I mean, unless we ignore that now. It says here, a Greek philosopher born in Athens or in the islands of Agnia, of distinguished parents, spent most of his life in Athens immersed in philosophy. He traveled and was captured and sold as slaves, blah, blah, blah. After the death of Socrates in 399 BC, he devoted himself to the mission of his martyr teacher, the records of which is written in the collections of dialogues that have come to us. Okay? So now, I guess the Anglo says because the buildings that are built, the way they're built, that they always been here. That's what he says, right? Let's just ignore all the buildings over there. Even though they speak Greek and still use their Latin language. The Greek language, people still speak it over there. They don't do that here, right? So then he says here, let's continue with this whole page because we're going to get to the point. 327, 328. It just continues with Plato and Platoism. Platoism depends on an understanding of the ideas. Okay, his great dictum was, "What is holy really is wholly knowledgeable, and what is utterly non-existent is completely unknowledgeable," which answers to the modern assertion of the unity of the intelligible world with itself and the mind that knows it. It's in ethics and politics. Plato was the first thinker to offer a satisfying account of the principles that form and govern conduct and character. But his morality is far from being intellectual in the sense of abstract. Justice is the virtue of the good citizen, and his ideas of goods is to be realized in the life of the commonwealth. Right? So we're getting an idea of who Plato was. It says, here's the embodiment, even if imperfectly attained, of the idea of the good, which for Plato solved the riddle of the universe. All right? So now, remember, it's called a conscience dictionary of ancient history. Okay? So it goes through all the names. It gives you who they are. Now let's read this here. Atlantis. And we're gonna find out who Plato got his shit from. Nobody ever talks about this guy. Atlantis, in ancient tradition, a great island to the west of the Pillars of Hercules, opposite to Mount Atlas. Its rulers invaded Africa, but were defeated by the Athenians and their allies. You see this here? Let me read, slow down a bit. In ancient tradition, a great island to the west of the Pillars of Hercules, opposite to Mount Atlas, which is in Africa, its rulers invaded Africa, but were defeated by the Athenians and their allies. The people of the island became impious so that it was swallowed by the ocean. You see this? That's Plato's concept. That it was an island, they attacked the people in Africa. You're going to find out that they were called Atlanteans. I'm telling you, family, this is just crazy. Yeah, it is, bro. It is. I'm gonna show you, Madam Blavatsky. This is why I was saying earlier, Luciferian. That's why I was sharing the video of the brother, my God. He was talking about the Enlightenment. Those are Luciferians. Being awake, meaning in awake at sleep. A mass information is gonna put you more to sleep. Gives you 10% of something, 90% of bullshit. It is literally that, and I have that note for you, bro. This goes deep, man. You know, last class I did on this, I didn't even go this deep on it. So I'm glad I'm actually doing it now. It says here, the people of the island became impious so that it was swallowed by the ocean. The legend is said to have been told to Solon by Egyptian priests. And you're like, Solon? Right? Remember Egyptians? And they did DNA on the mummies, and it shows that most of them from East Africa and all the people of the Levant mostly. Right, no connection to Mayas. Hieroglyphically, yeah. But again, then it goes back to the 10 tribes of Israel. Are we not those people or not? Or at least the Hebrews, right? For the sake of that. So now we're going to look at Solon. Who the hell is Solon? But before I move on, remember, let this sink in, family. This was a legend. And these people fought people in Africa, but were defeated by Athenians. So the Athenians defended the people in Africa. Okay? And the people of the island became impious. They didn't give a shit. So that it was swallowed up by the ocean as punishment. Plato wrote in a sense of how they should not be that way. Be so uppity and shit, and all of a sudden get destroyed by their gods. That's what he's saying. So who is this Solon? Now let's look at Solon. Macedonia. Hold on. Solon, right here. So here's Solon. Solon, born about 638 BC, was an Athenian statement. So remember, keep in mind. So Solon was a Greek. Again, a Greek. So that means if we go by the Anglo's example, then Solon was up in Michigan, writing all this shit. And Plato was there too, fucking dangling around Greco languages. And somehow all of a sudden they forgot and left and came back. Like, it makes no sense. He was of noble birth and attained such eminence as a nomadic poet that he was reckoned among 7 sages. Remember that this all sounds like 7 root race theory, Oh, I'll give you an example of that. Let me pause right there. Matter of fact, let me finish this and I'll show you something that relates to that. 7 roots race, Jacob's ladder, the chakra, all of that stuff. It's all relative, bro. It's all within its own scope of fucking bullshit. Okay. Then it says, as Athens was suffering from great distress from economic and political crisis, Solon was elected archon in 594 BC. With full power to amend the laws. He canceled existing debts, forbade enslavement for debt, limited the rate of interest. He repealed most of Draco's legislation, and gave Athens a new constitution to stop clan division and feuds. The citizens were divided into 4 classes according to wealth. Soon after the overthrow of his constitution by the Pisistratus, Solon died about 558 BC at the age of 80. So now we know that's Solon. So Plato's story technically came from who? From Solon. Okay? Remember that. Came from Solon. Now that we cover that, now let's look at Diodorus Siculus, because he is a very well referenced individual. And, you know, I've shared this link with you guys before. I've shared it with you guys many times. Okay? So let me kind of take you through one particular thing here. See, everybody that believes in Atlantis, right? Everyone that believes this is Atlantis too, whatever. They all, or say that, okay, Atlantis. Wobbles, they use this as a reference, like, oh, we were here before you guys, you Mongolian motherfuckers. Now this fucking stupid shit. Okay? Never give these people an opportunity, bro. Never give these people an opportunity at all. Over my fucking dead body. Shit. Fuck that. This is war, homie. This is spiritual war right here. So, Diodorus Siculus, let me get to the first thing that they reference. They all reference this. Hold on, family. Hold on. Let me just get to it. Shit, man. Why taking so long, Holmes? Hurry up. Hurry. All right, we're almost there. All right, so in 5.19.1, okay, here's what you hear. This is a reference of the Pillars of Hercules, okay? This is Diodorus Siculus. Most people, they'll just tell you this shit here, all right? But they don't tell you everything else. But now that we have discussed what relates to, I'm sorry. Let me show you this. They only reference this part. 520.3. Okay? This is what they always reference. They never read 5.19.1. It says, the Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside the pillars for the reasons we have stated, and while we have stated, meaning earlier, and while sailing about along the shores of Libya, were driven by strong winds a great distance out into the ocean. And after being storm-tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the island we mentioned above. All right, we'll touch it right now. And when they had observed its facility in nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians, at the time when they were masters of the sea, purposed to dispatch a colony to it, meaning to invade it, to conquer it. If these people, okay, so let's continue. But the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of the concern lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the island, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune, in case some total disaster should overtake Carthage. For it was their thought that since they were the masters of the sea, they would thus be able to move household and all to an island which was unknown to their conquerors. Okay, so you take that like, oh man, yeah, you're right. This is no. Just slow down a second. All right, let's go now to 5.19.1. It says, but now we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the Pillars of Hercules. We shall give an account of those which are in the ocean, where there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean, Situated as it is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Now watch, he didn't call this Atlantis, by the way, because we're going to look at that word too. Okay, just trying to point this out real quick. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. 2, though through it flowed navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. You see this? Navigable rivers are for irrigating the plants, the soil, right? Whatever they're growing. And the island contains many parks planted with trees. You know, keep in mind when you say planted, doesn't mean like, oh, it just grew on its own. No, somebody planted them. And the island contains many parks planted with trees. So these are actual parks, like open space, purposely planted that way, right? Of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Those are like chalupas, in case you guys don't know. Like, you know, the actual thing floating, like, for example, like Tenochtitlan. Right, now, here's where it gets even more interesting, right? Here's what it's also excluded, by the way. They never mention any of this. They stop at the whole irrigation, navigable, this part. Gardens in great multitude, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. That's it. Here's what they exclude. On it also are private villas. Private villas of costly construction. What is a private villa, may I ask? A private villa. See? A private villa. That's like, you know, open space. Like, como una villa. Like, if you know what that word means, I don't even have to explain it to you. Okay? It says of costly construction. Were those fucking things made out of themselves? Oh, let me guess. This is the thing, family. Wobbleism tells you that nobody was here, that they found this land. That's what they're saying. At the same time, calling themselves Hamites, because they're claiming to be Phoenicians. Ignorantly speaking, I guess. On it also are private villas of costly construction. But I thought Atlas sunk because of impious people. I thought it sunk. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed in a settling of flowers, like Tenochtitlan. And in them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer season. Since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment and luxury. I find it interesting how that's always left out. They never tell you there were people here. They never tell you there were villas constructed here. They never tell you that there were gardens, banqueting houses throughout them. They never tell you that, houses at all. No. They say this land was supposedly either empty or, I guess, you know, by these great humanoids. Now, let me show you this real quick. All right, so that's one point. And again, this is Diodorus Siculus, who learned about he learned from his own history, right? Okay, so let me show you this real quick. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he does. He also mentions Jews. And he also mentions Egyptians. And he also mentions Kolki. And he also mentions Alexander. This is 60 BC. He also mentions the Red Sea. Way before the maps of 15 and change. Way before. Now, some people said that supposedly this history is new to us. Well, you also reference Diodorus Siculus, my brother. But here we see that this is like way in 600 BC. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. Atlanteans. You're like, Atlanteans? What the hell? Diodorus Siculus also mentions Atlantis. Diodorus Siculus also mentions Atlanteans. Well, who the fuck are these Atlanteans? I thought the Atlanteans were the people of Atlantis, right? It says here, remember, the actual particular is 3.1.1, book 3. Of the two preceding books in the first, I'm sorry, let me slow down. Of the two preceding books, the first embraces the deeds in Egypt. Egypt, mentioned there, at that time, 60 BC, way before you and I were born. These are academic documentations here. Remember I told you, family, this is, I appreciate you very much, brothers and sisters, that you contribute to this channel. And I appreciate the brother that came and showed us what he believes in regards to the old Atlantis. I do have to tell you that I never really believed it. I thought just maybe I may be convinced, but it technically made me to do a little bit more research on Egypt. And then I found out there's a lot more to this than, than just what we've been told. But it doesn't make this the old world, nor does it make this Atlas. Like I said, it's una novela romántica. It's just a novel. It's just that's what it is. And again, remember initially I started with isotopes, corn. If this is the old world, Japhet, Shem, and Ham should have that in their diet as well. If this is the old world, then how come corn disappeared over there and all of a sudden, I mean, if they left, they should have took it from them. And then we did also, show DNA samples of like mummies, actually showing that there were mostly East Africans, not sub-Saharan, and people from the Levant. And it doesn't have any trace of quote unquote Maya, people from here, right, with them. What the hell's going on? Oh, give me a second, family. Sorry about that. Just the music came up. I don't know why. So anyways, let me go. I forgot my thought. So let me go back, all right? It says, of the two preceding books, the first embraces the deeds in Egypt of the early kings and the accounts as found in their myths of the gods of the Egyptians. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were told that prior to 1492, we didn't have much information, that the Grecos and Romans didn't have any history about them and nobody wrote them about themselves. But again, Diodorus Siculus was referenced, and so was Plato referenced, and both of them, even up to Solon, which actually is where Plato got the information from, was their contact with Egyptians. So then that concept does not necessarily make any sense, right? There's also a discussion of the Nile and of the product of the land and also of its animals, which are of every kind, and a description of the topography of Egypt, of the customs prevailing among its inhabitants. Right? Let me skip all this. Let me just get to the point. It says here, the second book embraces the deeds performed by the Assyrians in Asia. You see, remember the Anglo dude, like the one that's like, licking on the rods of them, right? He said that Assyria was up there in north of Michigan. It's funny that he didn't mention Asia at all, did he? Because he says Japhet, Shem, and Ham. Ham being in South America, Shem being in North America, and then Japhet being in Canada. But it's like, okay, where's Asia? Oh, then he shares another book about Alexander the Great, but then he puts them next to the empire of where? Persian Empire. But now we're seeing Diodorus Siculus, who, again, you guys are all referencing. He's basically saying the Syrians were right there next to Asia. And he mentions Babylon as well, and Semiramis too. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. He goes here and tells us about this here. Okay, it says here, I'll go here. And after this, an account of the Chaldeans, which, by the way, I've never heard of Abraham's story here in the Americas, down south or up north whatsoever. We cannot ignore Abraham. We cannot. Oh, and by the way, he actually even the Anglo-Saxon shares the Edomite. I should say Esau. The Edomite, he shares also Hagar, that she's Ishmaelite. Well, he never mentions who the father of Ishmael is he? Right? No, that's Abraham. So then, Abraham had a traveling from Ur the Chaldees all the way to Jerusalem. He puts Babylon, which is where Abraham was, basically Ur, right? Like there? No, that doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? No, check this out. Here's where it gets even more interesting. So let me continue. And of their practice of observing the stars of Arabia and the marvels of that land, the kingdom of Scythians, of the Amazons, and finally of the Hyperboreans. In the present book, we shall add the matters which are connected with what I have already narrated 3, and shall describe the Ethiopians and the Libyans and the people known as the Atlanteans. Atlanteans, huh? Atlanteans. Seriously. Atlanteans. Did anybody ever, think about looking that up? Did it ever occur to you guys that word was there, that Diodorus Siculus was already calling people Atlanteans way before? This isn't Atlantis, family. Sorry to tell you. I mean, again, people reference Diodorus Siculus all the time. So I'm going through those. The Red Sea and the Atlantic. Ted talks about troglodytes here. You know what I mean? Alexandria, British Isles. Atlanteans again, 3.54.1. It says the first people against whom they advanced according to the tale was the Atlanteans. Let me read this. All right. So we're going to start in here. The Amazons then, the account continues, being a race superior in valor and eager for war, first of all subdued all the cities of the island except the one called Mene, which was considered to be sacred and was inhabited by Ethiopian. I don't know how to say that word, okay? And was subject to great eruptions. And by the way, the Ethiopian Bible has been around for a long time. You're going to tell me the Ethiopians... like, for example, the brother said the Wampanoag, had the Bible first, and I guess the translation was there. But Ethiopians had the Bible too, right? They have history of that. So if the British, who are already dealing with those people over there, wouldn't they get the translation from them? You know what I mean? Like, this is where I started questioning those things. Like, wait, hold on a second. That makes no sense. And because as long as I remember, from what I recall, unless 1492 never happened, we know that Sumarraga was a big fucking piece of shit that came and destroyed our codices, buildings, and our history. That's what his mission was. And there's history written about him here and over there as well. Now, let me continue with this, okay? And was subject to great eruptions of fire and possessed a multitude of the precious stones with which the Greeks called anthrax, sardion, and smaragdas. And after this, they subdued many of the neighboring Libyans and nomad tribes, and found within the marsh Tritonums a great city which they called Cheronosis, after its shape. Who they're talking about? They're not talking about anyone near here, okay? Nobody near here. They're talking about over there, fam. Africa, Libya, North Africa. You get what I'm saying? Okay? And this is, also what is considered as mythology relates, their homes was on an island, which because it was in the west was called Hespera, and it lay in the marsh Tritonis. This marsh was near the ocean, which surrounds the earth, and receives its name from the center river Triton, which emptied into it. And this marsh was also near Ethiopia, and that mountain by the shores of the ocean, which is the highest of those in the vicinity. And in pigs, upon the ocean is called by the Greeks Atlas. 5.53. You see this? What are we talking about here? You see where Atlas is? Now you see in the bigger picture? See? Africa. Or, to be more exact, here. Okay? They call that land Atlas. Can you please close? Okay? Now, let's skip. So here's where it talks about them. So these people, now we get this, now we have a context. Now we have some context, okay? Context. Setting out from the city of Cheronusus, the account continues. The Amazons embarked upon great ventures, a longing having come over them to invade many part of the inhabited world. The first people against whom they advanced, according to the tale, was the Atlanteans, the most civilized men among the inhabitants of those regions, who dwelt in a prosperous country, possessed great cities. It was among them, we are told, that the mythology places the birth of the gods in the regions which lie along the shores of the ocean. In this respect, agreeing with those among the Greeks who relate legends, and about this we shall speak in detail a little later. Whoa, don't you say? Don't you say? You see that? Hey, let me speed it up. So we see here that who the Atlanteans are, right? It was a civilized, this is exactly what Plato was talking about. But it doesn't put them here. It puts them over there in Africa. Look how many times this is mentioned. Now, I understand. Maybe somebody forgot to look. I get it. That happens to me too. But now we're showing you. You can't ignore this. I mean, me personally, I will never force a narrative upon anybody. I will do my best to help you and guide you into like, yo, this is what I see, brother. You know, and it's you know, it's the like they say, the math ain't mathing. Come on, bro, what are you doing? Stop doing this now. Damn thing. Hold on, family. Let me close this up. My computer's starting to act stupid now. No manches, güey. Hold on. Okay, here it goes. Let me put it back. I'm just gonna stay at that one, okay? Because it seems like whenever I magnify it or minimize it, it bucks it up. So we see here people known as the Atlanteans. Let's go 2. Let's go 3. According to the tale, this is what they're talking about. Right? Again, let me read it. The first people against whom they invaded, according to the tale, was the Atlanteans, the most civilized men among the inhabitants of those regions, who dwelt in a prosperous country, possessed great cities. It was among them, we are told, that mythology places the birth of the gods in the regions which lie along the shores of the ocean. In respect, agreeing with those whom the Greeks who relate legends, and about this we shall speak in detail a little later. So now he continues with this Atlanteans. Now the queen of the Amazons, Marina, collected, it is said, an army of 30,000 foot soldiers and 3,000 cavalry, since they favored to an unusual degree to the use of the cavalry in their wars. For protective devices, they used the skins of large snakes, since Libya contains such animals of incredible size. Okay? Now it says, upon entering the land of the Atlanteans again, which is Atlas, which is in north, like Morocco, right? They defeated in a pitched battle like the inhabitants of the city of Cyrene. Where is that? Give me a moment. I keep saying I need a new computer, but I'm too cheap until it breaks down. Kern, Cyrene, whatever. Unlocated island on the Atlantic Ocean west of Africa, mentioned by the ancient mythographers. See that? Kernians are an Ethiopian race and life on the island Kerni. So they're Ethiopians, outside the Pillars of Hercules. so to speak, right? Again, we're going by what these guys are saying. Okay? It says, and again, but this is where? We're talking about so-called Moroccans. It says, but when the terrible fate of the inhabitants of Sirni became known amongst their fellow tribesmen, it is related that the Atlanteans, which is, you see what I'm saying? Supposedly the Syrian was the island, but the Atlanteans were their tribesmen. Struck with terror, surrounded the cities in terms of capitulation, and announced that they would do whatever they should be condemned. You get the point, right? Do you understand what I'm saying, right? Now, regarding, the brother said something. This is another point here that I'm talking about. See, this whole Atlantis thing started also creating all of this shit here. The Pleiadians and stuff like that. Which star seed are you? So the Syrian, it says. These guys, a bright star, yada, yada, yada. And it says here, base, said to exist both in higher dimensions and possibly through undersea bases on Earth, such as the mythical Atlantis.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Come on, bro. So we're seeing Diodorus Siculus talking about Atlantis. We also see Diodorus Siculus mention who? Greeks, right? So, and obviously he's a Greek himself. Plato was a Greek, 400 BC. Solon was a Greek, 600 BC. So there's historical documentation clearly identifying where the Grecos were since the beginning of time. Like, we can't ignore these things. It wasn't just the New Testament that mentioned them, because those nations over there know about these relations with these people. There's no such thing as Alexander the Great over here. I've never heard of that. And if this was the Red Sea over there in South Baja California, I get it. It makes a lot of sense because the Red Sea over there doesn't seem to be that shallow. But at the same time, wouldn't we find a bunch of chariots being down there in the sea with, like, the chariots and the horses and all that? And by the way, Egyptians talk about having swords of metal. We didn't have that, unless that also is a lie. So it mentions Greeks and it mentions Rome too. See? Italy. Romans. Italy. Egypt. But Ptolemy. Ptolemy was one of the generals of Alexander the Great. And that was around 300 something BC. 330 BC, something to that effect. Remember, keep in mind, the 10 tribes departed around maybe 540 BC. You see what I'm saying? And again, Japheth, Ham, and Shem, all are sons of Noah. Wouldn't they have known the scriptures? Because obviously Noah will start the scriptures, right? We should have. So there's the mentions of Rome and Italy way before, not just in the New Testament. Way before. And this is from, one of the people's sources. Like, most of you guys and gals that believe this is Atlantis use Diodorus Siculus or Siculus. We can't ignore this now. And again, let's be frank here. Let's go back to the scriptures once more. We cannot ignore this. Now, so if this is Atlantis, my brethren, are we not going to pay attention to Jubilees anymore? And if that's the case, how is it set up here? Because the map that Edomite put out, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's the worst part. He puts Canaan like up there north, like what? The West Coast. But he says South America is Ham. And then he says Egypt is in Texas. Now, he also mentions Bacon. I'm going to tell you guys this right here. When it comes to Francis Bacon, he wrote a book, and it was the first one to revive the concept of... well, let me see if I can find it. Let's see, hold on. Do I have it here? Oh, did I not put it up there as a link? Give me a second, family. I thought I linked it up. Oh, here it goes right here. No, I guess I didn't do it. So let me show you the book of Francis Bacon, who actually did translate the King James Bible, well, did edit the King James Bible. We have documentation about that. And also, at the same time, wrote the first one to publish a book. And Francis Bacon is a Freemason. Okay? And this is the book that we're talking about. See? New Atlantis, begun by the Lord Verulam, Viscount of St. Alban, and continued by the R.H. Acquire. Okay. So they're reprinting it, but it's too sacred to Charles II, who happens to be of Jewish descent, Sephardic, to be more specific. And that's a fact. Let me show you this real quick. Bacon. Let me see if I can send you this right there. Not bacon, dummy. Yeah, let me do it this way. Here you go. So I'm going to do it like this. Which also, in case you don't know, I'm not bringing out the book today, but it says the golden age of Saturn talks about a utopia before the flood. That's why the Gnostics, Masons, etc. hate the Old Testament God because they flooded Atlantis. I think that's what the brother texted me once before. The Sifra talks about Atlantis as well. Okay, and I'm talking about the Canaanite Sifra, and I'll send it to you now. I'm going to share this all with you, okay? Don't think. I'm going to share this as well because we also covered it. Again, we're wrecking this academically, not emotionally, not by assumptions either, but with academics, science, history, proven documentation, not just me. Oh shit, my phone's going to die. Hold on, give me a second, friend. Hold on. Hold on, give me a break. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. Here, matter of fact, let me do this. I'm gonna take a quick break. I apologize, fam. My phone's gonna die, and I need it. Let me take a little break because I'm also gonna get some water to drink. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Please stick around. Don't leave. Or I mean, if you're going to, man, use the bathroom, whatever. But I would ask you to stick around because this is getting heavy. And again, it's just a matter of dissecting. That's it. We're not. This is not emotional. This is not me hating on anybody. I appreciate you, brothers and sisters, that contributed to this channel always. If I invite you over here to show us some stuff that hey, by all means, it's with love, right? And there's no way I will ever interrupt what you're teaching. But obviously, if it seems like that's incorrect, I'm gonna respectfully respond, and hopefully you can respectfully respond as well. Okay, I'll be right back.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker. the street. Es el black shit, black sea metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tienes que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco mob, negro, yeah. Cinco mob, nigga, yeah. Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, yeah. It's money gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD Brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña,
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
if you eat from the tree that you're not supposed to, the tree of knowledge, which knowledge and
¡Que alguien me explique!
Who are you?
¡Que alguien me explique!
Who are you?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay, no sound for how long? Fuck, I've been talking to myself, huh? Damn. Okay, so how long has it been? I think I've been talking to myself for a while, man. Fuck, how many minutes, dude? You guys should have told me. Shit. Well, that was my bad, bro. Anyways, where did I leave off? Okay, so did you guys catch this one? Did you guys catch me read this one here at all? Yes or no? No. Anyone? Okay, you did hear that? You heard that. Okay, cool. Damn, I wonder when. No way. So if you heard me read that, hold on. Let me be clear here. Did you guys hear me read this? Please, somebody answer, just so I can be on the same page with you. It stopped at the Charles book. Okay. All right. Okay. Here. Okay. Got you. All right. So we're good. Okay. Let's see. No, it's all good. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. All right, so let's start here. Fuck, man. Anyways, the point being is Francis Bacon. That was the thought. Okay, hold on a second. The point was Francis Bacon, right? The point was Francis Bacon, right? Francis Bacon. That's what the Edomite Anglo-Saxon guy said. So now we're going to get deep into Francis Bacon, okay? And this is important, so, let's follow. In case you don't know who Francis Bacon is, he was born between 1561 through 1626, England. He was from England, okay? Philosopher, statesman, atheist, and literary master, author of Shakespearean play, author of the Shakespearean plays, according to the Ascendant Master teachings. Like, this is Saint Germain shit. Father of inductive science, herald of the scientific revolution, biographer, believed that Bacon was educated at home in his early yada, yada, yada. Y'all get the point. Watch this, okay? Then it says here, for the next 3 years, Francis traveled extensively visiting Blows Poiters, tours Italy and Spain. His 3 goals were to discover truth, to serve his country, and to serve his church. Under the reign of James I, which is King James, Francis Bacon translated the King James version of the Bible. You see that? Francis Bacon translated the King James version of the Bible. That's where Freemasons have to have that version in all of their lodges. That's why BHI, ISUPK, IUIC demands that you have a King James Bible and nothing else. Why? Because there's a spirit behind it, just like the word Atlantis. An increasing number of scholars also believe that he was secretly working with a group of some of England's best poets and writers, creating the play now credited to William Shakespeare. Perhaps the most accepted and celebrated of Bacon's own literary works is the New Atlantis, which is the book I shared with you. And look what he was made. He was made a knight in 1603, became a title of a baron, like Robert Baron in 1618, a very wealthy man, and Viscount in 1621. You understand here what we're dealing with? Now, I also wanted to show you something because, again, this Bacon has a lot to do with Blavatsky. Blavatsky said this: the Moors were profoundly versed in the occult science at Toledo, Seville, and at Salamanca, were once upon a time the great schools of magic. She references the Moorish things, Moorish teachings. The Moors want this to be Atlantis. That's what they want, okay? But the Moors also have connections to magic, which is Blavatsky's mentioning this as well. In case you don't know who Blavatsky is, oh, and by the way, this is why I also shared with you a couple weeks ago the videos regarding people going to court claiming Moorish sovereign citizenship, thinking that they can get away from crime because they're Moors. Nah, that's not going to happen. Now, who is this Blavatsky? This chapter focuses on Helena Petrova Blavatsky, the secret doctrine, which references Atlantis many, many times, okay? It says the chief ideologist of Theosophical Society was the first person to present a positive understanding of Satan in an exclusive esoteric or religious context, which is an example of what the brother said. Matter of fact, man, I should have taken your video out. Let me go back to that. I'm gonna share some of that shit again because you made a really good point, and then you went somewhere else. Like I think in 4 minutes in. Hold on, let me look at the history. But you know, it made a lot of at least
knowledge in Hebrew means right. It means doubt.
Hold on, let me go back. You made a lot of good points at the beginning well, that relates to what I'm talking about, okay? Not that it doesn't make sense. It just that it relates to what I'm talking about, all right? Let's listen to it again. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to speed you up a little bit, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go.
Now, today we're going to get into an alternate theory of mine, the age of Aquarius or the age of enlightenment, but in reverse. What if this trend or this new age trance is fake lights putting one into a deeper sleep? That's what misinformation does. You bite it, and then you get put to sleep, and then you go pondering, wandering, getting lost, chasing nothing. All because of this false information. Descending, right? Now, awake means a funeral. So when they say we're in the age of awakening, so are we in the age of being put into a deeper sleep? So again, we're speaking on fake light. It's connected with Satan. Satan is Lucifer. We see the word loose, and loose means lights, Lucifer. Another name is Beelzebub. Bulb, like light bulb in that fool's name. His name's the Lord of Flies. The word lies is in flies. We're in the age of Aquarius, right? What sign is Aquarius? It's an air sign. Air, Aquarius. When we analyze this new age spiritual folk, who are mainly these Afrocentric type of people, these guys speak on enlightenment, right? You gotta open up your third eye, you gotta align yourself, and a lot of their teachings is like ancient Hindu stuff, which ancient Hindu shit is actually occult type shit. And when you get into the occult and all this mystical information, like I just stated earlier, a lot of it's 90% lies and 10% truth. There is a truth in all religions, all these secret teachings, even in the public and private, right? There is a deeper message, but not everybody will get it. And I'm going to get deeper into it. Satan told Adam and Eve, look, yo.
Then this goes back to what I was saying. Let me go back to my point here real quick. I'll leave it just in case. Once again, who is Blavatsky? Secret Doctrine is the book she wrote, 1888. Now, she's the chief ideologist of Theosophical Society, the first person to present a positive understanding of Satan in an exclusive esoteric, like he said, private or public, or religious as opposed to literary or political context. She argues that Satan, or Lucifer, right, or the devil, as she often uses the name interchangeably, brought humankind spiritual wisdom by offering us the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden, which I like the way the brother said, the tree of death, of good and evil, of good and evil. Now, if you look at the way religion is teaching to be evil. You know why? Because this is why they punish y'all. Like the video I showed you with the other professor. He talked about Christianity is meant to be evil because evil brings out the good in you. So we're going to reprimand you like children. 90% of you are fucking sheep, to be honest with you. I'm not saying if you, hey, look, when I say that and the shoe fits, then it probably fits. If it doesn't offend you, then by all means, please don't walk in those shoes. All right? The fact is, a lot of people want to be told. He is therefore the spirit of intellectual enlightenment and freedom of thought. Freedom. You know, they call that, there's a drug you do that shit to. I think that's what they call, similar to that shit. Enlightenment, the so-called great awakening. Like the brother said, awake also means a funeral, which is true. The great time of sleep for a lot of you. 10% real, 90% shit. And the so-called fall of man was in fact a positive event, an initiation into esoteric knowledge, private. You see, only if you have the genes for it, you'll get it. Apparently, that's what they believe too. An important building block in Blavatsky's construction of Satan was contemporary semi-scholarly understandings of Gnosticism. I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. Okay, let me share this with you. Let's see. It's her method pages. Was this the one I was looking for? Okay. Let's see. ISIS is therefore not completely unveiled here. Her method was odd. Some sources say up to 50 pages of writings would appear overnight, and she saw books via inner visions, not by checking in the library. Weird letters would arrive out of nowhere, accompanied by astral bells and whistles. This is her saying how she wrote the book. The writing is as dense as a thicket that you need a machete to chop through. Readers should be warned that ISIS Unveiled, which is also what she wrote, and The Secret Doctrine are monumental reads. The first is 1,200 pages. The second is 1,400 pages. The style does not so much appeal to the order, sequence, and intellect. ISIS Unveiled begins with cosmogenesis and meanders thereafter. Mercury, the planet of writers, is sequel quadratic to Neptune. To some, the blurring of lines is evident. It is also quincunx to Pluto. And she doggedly maintained that she was only the vessel of the teachings and did not invent them herself. Oh, look here. I read some. Where is this at? I looked for this, bro. There was a reason why you came up. Helen Blavatsky, by the way. Oh, that's why it came up. That's right. Now we're going to go into this. This is, I think this is from the Jews and Muslims of British colonial America. Okay. And we see here on the bottom, Bacon. On Bacon's 16th birthday in 1621, the poet Ben Jonson delivered a Masonic ode composed in his honor. His New Atlantis, about a utopia in the New World, ruled by Rosicrucians, was widely read. You see who reinvented the concept of Atlantis? Francis Bacon here. And it was for the purpose of the Masonic order to rule this new world through a Masonic Rosicrucian order. When you look into the heaviness of this particular topic, man, it goes deeper than what you guys think sometimes, bro. This is, again, beacon of Freemasonry. I think this is the Jews and Moors of British colonial America, okay? Jews, Muslims, and Freemasonry. In the present day, Freemasonry attracts adepts from all countries and religious backgrounds. So, right, we're seeing it here, okay? Now let's go down to the important part. These principles transcend the various religious orthodoxies prevailing at the time, whether promulgated by Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. Thus, adherents forswore ethnic, religious, and political boundaries, so strive towards the essential unity of humans' experience and seek knowledge through rationality. Francis Bacon, a Freemason, writing in the New Atlantis in 1607, describes such a utopian community. The Royal Society was founded after Bacon's death by Charles II, King James Charles' son, believed to be of Jewish descent. Told you there were Sephardic Jews claiming to be Christians, bro. You understand now how deep this rabbit hole goes? If you want to bring Atlantis, look. I just have to share. I mean, I just don't agree that this is the old world. And if you're going to use Atlantis and Moorish documentation, then it's definitely going to make it even worse, I believe, based on what I'm finding. Because this is academic stuff too, you know, and historical, Diodorus, and I'm using all the sources people use. The Royal Society was founded. Hold on a second. Charles II, Jewish descent. Elias Ashmole was a member. It had as its purpose to bring into bring into being a new civilization called Solomon's house. So listen to this. The potent image of Solomon's house was derived from Sir Francis Bacon's allegory fable, New Atlantis. See, they even admitted it. Because if you look at Plato and you look at the history and you look at where he got it from and, you make the connections and, all of these things, like academically speaking, Atlantis is a simple romantic novel. Academically speaking, when you look at it in an academic level. Again, isotopes prove there's no such thing as us being with them since the beginning, right? In that sense, if you look at the corn, I'm talking about the emphasis on the corn, right? I also showed you they've done DNA on these mummies, and they have no relation of us, at least in the Maya concepts. You know what I'm saying? More Northeast African, and people from the Levant. We clearly see that. I also showed you like some of the other theories where they say that supposedly Egypt is in Texas, Israel, Jerusalem is in San Francisco, Philistia is in San Diego, that Babylon is in close to Lake Michigan, I guess, or some shit like that. And then Syria is like over there close to north of Michigan. But at the same time, Greco-Romans were in Pennsylvania. And at the same time, Canaan was over there by Frisco too. And Japheth is also Canada. Shem is North America. And then Ham is South America. But at the same time, putting Egypt in Texas. I think that's what it's so far we've seen. The potent image of Solomon's house was derived from Sir Francis Bacon's allegory fable, The New Atlantis, which first appeared as a addendum in his Silva Silvarum, or Natural History in 10 Centuries, published a year after Bacon's death, 1627. The New Atlantis tells of a ship that arrived at a mysterious island called Ben Salem, Arabic for sums of peace. Where would you get that word from if those guys were over there, right? The voyagers are greeted cautiously by people of inevitable educational and psychological endowments. The narrator is informed of how they came to be a people of such advanced attainments. An ancient patriarch had established an order on the island, and the islanders had proved faithful to his inspirations. The patriarch's name was Solamona. Inhabitants of Ben Salem seem familiar with Rosicrucian imagery. A scroll first delivered to the travelers before they are permitted to land is signed with a stamp of the cherubim's wing, not spread but hanging downwards, and by them a cross. It says this image is reminiscent of those under the perspective eye of the Rosicrucian brothers. Sub omta alo, whatever that means, under the shadows of, I guess, Jehovah's wings. And that's not the way you say the name of the creator. But as you can see, Bacon's aim was to get people from the known to the unknown, from worshiping God in his house, church, to examining God's creation in his other house, the universe, or temple of nature. This idea goes back to Hermetic and natural philosophic sources that Bacon shared with Elias Ashmole. This goes real deep. In case you guys didn't know this, we're also looking at this in just real quick, same book too, page 182, and I think it continues, to be honest with you. Okay? Here we see the prevailing philosophy embraced by Freemasons at the time of English colonization in the New World went beyond conventional religions and ethnic divisions to embrace the universality of human brotherhood, essentially an Islamic and crypto-Muslim concept. This is why you guys need to understand that like Psalms 83 is real, but not the way these fucking idiots say it. You know, that whole war over there, and you have Iran, Ishmael over here. Oh my God, bro, listen, y'all in the same shit. If you believe in the Bible, I mean, because when it's not convenient, you don't believe in it. This Enlightenment perspective played a large role in opening the doors for persons of diverse and often persecuted origins to make their way to the new Atlantis of North America. The new Atlantis. Remember the other one sank? But it had great people with fucking phenomenal powers. But at the same time, we see Diodorus Siculus calling Atlanteans people of Africa. Which he also said it was a tale. One particular Freemason who made that journey was John Skeen. As you can see, a lot of Freemasonry going on right here, isn't it? Lots of it. Lots of Freemasonry. Lots of fuckery right now going on. And by the way, being Jewish descent, which for the most part is Sephardics, that's D-I-C-K, by the way. We have been very plain with you, brothers and sisters, about what this means. And like I shared with y'all, your input matters to me. A lot of classes have been created by your inputs. Okay? But you also have to understand that I'm very particular and obsessive in certain things, and been very detail oriented. So for me, I look at the details, not just one particular section of it. And here's a map, if you believe in these things, right? Like supposedly, it goes beyond North America. This map says that Atlantis is way over here. Oh, shit.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
This is from the 13 colonies, the way it should have been taught. Here we see Professor Wiltshire Alexander, 1815 to 1900, of remote ancestry. He says, these short black men, pygmies, came from Atlantis, North Africa. You see what I'm saying? These short black men came from Atlantis, North Africa, and they overran Europe. They were known as Britons. Came from Atlantis, Northern Africa. We just read earlier, Diodorus Siculus. It should make a lot of sense to you guys what that means. You should not be confused. I shared with you, if you've been watching this, I don't expect you to sit this whole time, 3 hours and shit. I mean, I feel like I just started, to be honest with you. Like, I can go all day with this information. I kid you not, I can. But I'm not. Okay? So here we see Atlantis. I shared with you Diodorus Siculus what he's talking about. Professor Alexander said that they came from Africa, and this fits the physical description given by Professor Boyd Dawkins on page 3. The white Europeans that massacred the black founders, yada, yada, yada. You know, that's their concept. A lot of people get it from there, right? But they also don't understand that a lot of this Atlantis shit is fucking very Masonic, bro. See all this shit right here? That's very Masonic. The Temple of Wisdom. Words, signs, they all fucking matter. Everything you say and everything you believe on, not only what you believe, but what you say and what you put out there matters. And it says here, Masonic emblems are to be observed also upon the title pages of nearly every book published by Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon or Bacon considered himself as a living sacrifice upon the altar of human need. Remember, he edited the King James Bible. He wrote the New Atlantis. He is a Freemason, practitioner of enlightenment, believes Lucifer is the power and that God is evil. He and they wanted for you to have the perspective of God, not within you, but within the outside. You see, the church had it wrong too. The church said it was the building. The scripture said is the kingdom of God dwelleth in you. They're saying, no, the kingdom of God dwelleth outside of you, and you are God, so you can manifest and create whatever you want in the kingdom of God, which is the ether. This is literally what they fucking believe in. It says here also that Sir Francis Bacon considered himself, a human need. He was obviously cut down in the midst of his labors, and no student of his New Atlantis can fail to recognize the Masonic symbolisms contained therein. See? According to the observation of Joseph Ford Newton, the Temple of Solomon, described by Bacon in that utopian romance, again, it's a romantic novel. Es una novela romántica, güey. See what I'm saying? It is not true that the Temple of the Freemasons is also emblematic of the conditions of society. This is another. I don't remember where I got this page from. I know I have the book, and I think it's from one of those like Ancient America was here or some shit like that. And you remember I showed you guys the name Solon, right? So we see here that so here's where you get here. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me, family. Obviously, Diodorus does not call the land America. But it is interesting to note that the Nahuatl name for North America is Aztlán. If we furnish the Nahuatl with a Greek ending, we might call the land Aztlanis. Aztlanis fits right where Solon and Plato put it, which, again, we read thoroughly. We've seen video. It was a fucking fable. It is now obvious that a continent could never have existed in the Atlantic Ocean between the Old and New Worlds. As plate tectonics, continental drifts, has so nicely proven for us. It remains to identify with pragmatic reality that the mountainous lands with navigable rivers larger than Asia and Libya, Africa, a land which lay many days' voyage beyond the Pillars of Hercules, is America, north and south, by the way of which one would pass to other islands, Pacific, and then to the opposite sides of a true continent, his own. The Americas were well known in the days before Plato. They were called Atlantis. You see what I mean? But, oh my God. But you know what? If you just read this on the surface, you're like, oh my God, this is so true. No, we just read and I shared you those books. I would advise you to read those books that I shared with you initially. And it tells you exactly the story of Atlantis. That's why I shared those videos for you and the book so then you can see for yourself. Funny that they leave out these great civilizations that fucking got drowned. They leave that shit out. You know what I'm saying? It is well known among the linguists that difficult letters and sounds are dropped or changed during yada, 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 this and that, blah, 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 all that's it. It talks about the Aztlán and the Z, whatever, right? Now, according to Plato, the primary reason that Atlantis island continent was lost was that the sea became a barrier of unpassable mud. That's not what he says. If you read the actual story, and the sailors made an unwarranted assumption based on a lack of information or purposely misled the rest of the Mediterranean world. So now they misled them? Okay, so you're not there, so now you're assuming shit. For all intents and purposes, Atlantis had disappeared, but we know that Atlanteans were called people of Africa, mostly from northwest, like Morocco. What may have occurred was undersea volcanic eruptions along the mid-Atlantic chain, causing great volumes of pumice to flow to the surface, brought about by one of many sudden movements of American plates. Then he says, Solon, which I showed you who he was, Plato placed Atlantis beyond the Straits of Gibraltar and Atlantic Ocean. It says, for there lies out in the deep of Libya in an island considerable size and situated in this ocean, distant from Libya, a voyage of number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers. Remember I showed you that? Remember I showed you that, right? Okay. So do these piece of shits, do they honestly leave stuff out on purpose? You think they do it on purpose? Or you think it's by chance? Hold on, where are you at? What is the one I'm looking for? Oh, matter of fact, let me just do this. Just do this. You guys can see everything that I express verbally, I share with you. Okay, I don't leave shit out. And my sources, they're pretty solid, family. You know what I'm saying? So everybody leaves this out. I'm serious. Everybody. I don't ever leave this out. But everybody does. I don't know if some people want to, I think most people want to fit the narrative. I think some people just maybe might have missed it, I hope. Because it says, okay, so let me go back to the picture. Okay? It says, through it flows navigable rivers, Diodorus of Sicily. See? We are right there, 5.19.1. It says all of that. It says, through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. They don't say that. Why would it need, who would irrigate that shit? And the island contains many parks planted with trees. They don't say that. Of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Here's where they completely leave out. They never say this. On it also are private villas of costly construction. And through the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed in the settling of flowers like Tenochtitlan. In them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer season, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment and luxury. How come they left that out? You notice they left that out, huh? And everybody leaves that out, fam. Watch, I'll show you. And again, it's about people who have, specifically Waboism, I'm talking to right now. It's about people that really want to fit a narrative. Check this out. Check this out. Okay? This is what they also use right here. Look at that right there. It says, the Jew and Negro. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond the Hercules pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the remotest parts of the ocean. And after many days, came to a vast island a great distance from Libya, lying very far west. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it. We read part of that too. That's 19.23.4, I believe. They reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. You notice that they don't share anything else. They don't say that there were people there, do they? No, because it's not convenient. Let's continue on this other one. Another possibility to consider is that the Atlantean story is another version of a blending or the flood story, harkening back to a time in the distant past, though hardly 9,000 years, as Plato claimed. 9,000 years ago, that's also what he said. If the 3 months Hori years were applied, this was used among the Greeks, it would place the event 2,250 years prior to Plato, exactly at the time of Noachian flood. Take your choice. So when this, you see, there it goes again. How convenient. I mean, I don't know what to think at this point. I guess it should be. Now, let me show you this real quick. This is the actual Sifrat, okay, from the Talmudic concept, Kabbalistic, practitioners. Falls of Atlantis. They really believe in this shit. And it relates to who? Aryan people. So you got black folks claiming that they're the people from Atlantis. You got white folks claiming that they're the people from Atlantis. Are you seriously not seeing that? I mean, I don't know what to tell you at this point. Now, just in case you don't know this, because I didn't mention this name. Oh, come on. This thing here, the Master Saint Germain. Who is the Master Saint Germain? We see this? We see Francis Bacon here, don't we? Okay, let's go back. The Master Saint Germain. Who is Saint Germain? What is true freedom? How is Saint Germain related to Uncle Sam? What are some of Saint Germain's incarnations? What would cause us to lose our freedom? Mr. Prophet, could you tell us more about Saint Germain, which is basically German? Saint Germain is the ascended master who is the Kohen, rabbi, supposedly, of the seventh rays of freedom. Woo! Total Blavatsky, right? Total Blavatsky. What the hell, bro? You're not charging my phone now? Let me charge the phone, family, again. Well, hold on. Oh, there it goes. Total Blavatsky. He is more than an ascended master to me. He is the very spirit of freedom in the heart of America. Did you see this shit? You see some shit like this? You know what I mean? Damn, bro.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Thunder Loco. What up, bro? Good to have you here, man. Let me see. It's really important to understand Moors doesn't mean Negro. Yeah, I know that. The black Moors are known as Harrison slaves. White Moors are known as the Bidens. Well, yeah, because you have like, now we understand a little bit more, and a lot of North Africans were technically Moorish. They did have a mixture with Africans. It's clear, Portuguese enslaved them, but when you see Moor, it doesn't always necessarily translate to like dark skin. Because in Spanish, when you actually see Moors, Moriscos, right? Moriscos doesn't necessarily mean dark skin. It could also mean conversos, like Jews claiming to be Muslims converting to Catholicism. They were considered Moriscos, right? But I know what you mean. Yeah, that is not necessarily, no, the Blavatsky I brought up earlier. Right now we're going to bring up again a little connection between Francis Bacon and Saint Germain, and how all of this connects to America, North America, the heart of North America. This is what these white Anglo-Saxons, the WASP, right? This is who their God is. They don't realize it though. They have no idea. You may recall that I have spoken of him as the master of the Aquarian age. I think the brother talked about Aquarius. He is a master of Aquarian age, just as Jesus was the master of the Piscean age. Saint Germain comes to teach us the way of freedom. He asked the question, what does it really mean to choose freedom? And he answered it. It means to free the election in your body and consciousness to flow with the freedom fire. It means to allow the electrons to choose the path of freedom and not to subject that electron to the bondage of limited consciousness, a limited matrix, they say. It means to free your self-awareness so that you can be aware of self and having the potential of the infinite. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you. Now, check this out. I have spoken about the moment when I first contacted Saint Germain in this life. The moment when I saw his portrait by Charles Sindelier in a book of my mother. At that moment, I remembered my calling. It gets interesting here. I know that I'm not unique in that millions of Americans today, North Americans, Anglos predominantly, feel the tie of their heart flame to our beloved Saint Germain, our Uncle Sam. You understand now what Uncle Sam really stands for? You guys understand now the concept of enlightenment? That's why I appreciate your video, brother, Mighty Guide, because it literally makes, especially when I'm doing this class, it's like you're talking about that, it was like making perfect sense to me. He was embodied as the prophet Samuel, hence the name. Saint Germain overshadowed the early American patriots, North American patriots, in the framing of look, Saint Germain overshadowed the early North American Anglo-Saxon Edomite patriots in the framing of the Constitution and in the designing of our flag. You see that? You see that? You see this, family? That's why I tell these idiots, bro, these Christians, Christmas Christians, and like, oh, I love America, independence, 1974. Yeah, that's why they flushing that shit down the toilet. They don't give a fuck about that no more. Here you understand why I kept saying Freemasons wrote that shit for you. The whole concept, they wrote it for you. He even anointed our first president, George Washington. What the hell does George Washington have to do with Saint Germain? Oh, a lot, my friends. It's all under alchemy. This is Freemason teaching. This is why when I told you there's a spirit behind the word Atlantis, I really meant it. We have seen Saint Germain in his incarnations as Saint Joseph, Christopher Columbus, Francis Bacon, and as Marilyn at the court of Camelot. In the 18th century, as a Count Saint Germain, the wonderman of Europe, he tried to save and unite Europe. When this attempt failed, he turned his attention towards the United States to form a more perfect union. See, in God we trust. This is their God, aside from what else is in there. Saint Germain on government and soul evolution. They talk a lot about this here. Saint Germain sees world communism as the greatest threat to individual freedom. You see that? Especially the freedom of the soul to walk the path of initiation with the Christ and the Buddha. where that freedom is denied. The purpose of life for living is lost, and then the very purpose of the perpetuation of earth itself is lost. Do you understand how deep this rabbit hole gets now? Here he mentions this. Those policies that seem correct in the way of socialism may not seem correct when we understand that the purpose of North America is to champion the free enterprise system. Free enterprise system. So they're using spirituality with nationalism and then money. That system gives maximum opportunity for the individual to develop the Christ potential within himself. As soon as the government or large corporations are doing for the individual what he can do for himself, he is being deprived of his freedom, the freedom to create. So now you understand exactly where this kind of doctrines, like how deep this shit rabbit hole is. It goes pretty far, fam. This is why when I mentioned Helena Blavatsky, here, I'll just cover that real quick. Theosophical, the secret doctrines. It says this chapter focuses on Helena Petrov Blavatsky, the secret doctrine. Blavatsky, the chief ideologist, actually I share that with you. She argues that Satan or Lucifer or the devil, as she often uses the name interchangeably, brought humankind spiritual wisdom by offering us the forbidden fruit from the tree of good and evil. He is therefore the spirit of intellectual enlightenment, the freedom of thought. Saint Germain talked about the same thing, didn't he? Freedom of thought. Freedom. Freedom. Free from what? Intellect. It's a good thing to break these things down. I have the book. I don't think I want to spend time looking for it, to be honest. Hold on. Maybe I do have it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if it opens. Oh, there it goes right here. Okay, perfect. All right. So this is right here. Okay, so I'm going to show you so that you can see. Okay. The secret doctrine, the synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy. I'm going to show you this real quick. Atlantis is mentioned, the magicians of Atlantis. Atlantis now ocean floor. The oldest record about Atlantis, the doom of Atlantis. The doom of Atlantis, interesting, is mentioned. The Harlem of Atlantis, the southern and northern Atlantis. Atlantis necessary for ethnology. The lost Atlantis. You see this here? Let me just read this real quick. So that with the exception of these, I don't know what page this is. It's a volume 1, page 27, I believe. Introductory. It says, so that with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis. A few facts that were contained in the Barrosian history are given in part 2, volume 2, and may throw a great light on the true origin of the fallen angels, personified by Bel and Dragon. Look how many times Atlantis is coming up. I told you it was mentioned several times here. And she mentions here, it says something about Asia, yada, 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 was known and initiates of every nation. When the forefathers of the Toltecs understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis. Again, Atlantis. All right, so now Blavatsky also mentions Francis. Well, maybe I could find it this way. Is it this book or the other one? Okay, hold on. Lucifer. Look at this. I mean, this is, I'm not going to get into the whole book so you can, but obviously this is important. She mentions Atlantis a fucking billion, several times, and then she's one of those that claims that Lucifer is the light bearer, the one to open your eye, to help you see, to help you wake up. The light of Christ shines upon as hideous features of the animal man now as the light of Lucifer did in the days of old. Look, I'm not going to take you through this whole book, but I want to point out some connections here. so that Lucifer, Venus, is the third one in Christian and Jewish Kabbalah. The Zohar making of it the Abad of Samiel. According to the occult doctrine, I'm right here, this planet is our Earth primary and its spiritual prototype. Hence, Sukra Kar, Venus Lucifer, is said to be drawn by an Ogdoad or earthborn horses, while the steed of the chariots, this is fucking crazy. You see what I'm saying? The brother said Hindu or, that whole occultism chakra shit. Look at this right here. Athenaeus shows that the first letter of Satan's name was represented in the days of old by an arc and a crescent. Arc and a crescent. Wow. That's who Satan represented before. The arc and the crescent. What is that? Islam. And some Roman Catholics, good and kind men, would persuade the public that it is in honor of Lucifer's crescent-like horns that Muslim archaic tradition, which states that Venus changed the Muslim. Footnote continued on page. Hold on. Sorry. That Muslim have chosen the crescent for their national arm. So you see how Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are really not that far apart from each other. They all have a source. They all have a source. So now let me just, and then I'm almost going to be finished, man, because I've been on this a long time. So let me just cover some of these things, and then we'll put it to rest, at least for today. Here we see 2nd Ezra chapter 13, verse 40. It's talking about the 10 tribes, okay? Now, these are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Solomon answered, king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters. And so they came into another land, all right? So if you verse 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45 talk about their whole passage and all that. 45 mentions Arsert, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. And the same region is called Arsert. So if we stop there, right, the Most High put us in another land. But he says, then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace. So he says that when the Messiah, the Spirit, returns, that at this moment he's going to actually take us from where we are today and bring us back to the land. So if we are here right now, where is he going to take us back to? I don't think, you see what I mean? Unless we're not dealing with that no more. Now, in Daniel, also 7, it talks about the Daniel's vision of the 4 beasts. So in the Old Testament, they already saw what was about to happen. Right? The 4 beasts. Now, let me get to the point, just so we can, speed up time, because I'm about to finish. Daniel 11 and 30 talks about one of those beasts. And look how they know him by the name. For the ships of Chittim shall come against him. Therefore shall he be grieved and return, and have indignation against the holy covenant. So shall he do. He shall even return and have intelligence with them for that forsake the holy covenant. All right. So that's Daniel 11:30. Let me share this with you real quick. Hold on. It's not that one. Let me go here. Okay, so we're going to do the New Oxford. That one. Okay. We're going to get the New Oxford Annotated Bible. It gives us some explanation on the bottom, helps us with translations and stuff like that, okay? Oh, wait, hold on. This is not it. Hold on. Come on, bro. What? Come on, man. That's right. Being cheese bomb. They took it off, man. I have it. Oxford. I have it. Hold on, what's going on here? Is it not open? Oh, here it goes. Okay, here it goes. Okay, so I have the New Oxford with the Apocrypha. Let me get to the page here. We're going to go to Daniel, Chronicles, Psalms, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel. All right, so we're at Daniel 11 and 30, okay? So let's see what he says about Chittim. So you can see that Rome was mentioned in the Old Testament, not just in the new one. But we can't ignore that. You know, we can't just ignore that. Great question, by the way, Guaragoya. Thanks for reminding me of it. Because it does make sense to tackle it. We have to understand it. Daniel 11 and 30 says this in the New Oxford, okay? It says here on the bottom, for ships of Kittim or Chittim, Chittim or Kittim, shall come against him, and he shall lose heart, and withdraw. He shall be enraged and take action against the Holy Covenant. Now, check this out. What exactly does Chittim mean? Here's where it says on the bottom. It says attack against the Jews, Kittim. Then it says Genesis 10:4. Kittim refers to Rome, which forced Antiochus to withdraw from Egypt in 168 BC during his second campaign. Now, that's the connection between the Greco-Romans, and you can find that story in the Apocrypha, specifically in Maccabees. Seriously, Maccabees 1, Maccabees 2. You can't exclude these things. Now, again, you can't. Greco-Romans have that. There's history about them, and they're not here. And they're part of the third and fourth beast. Or sorry, they're basically third and fourth beast. Maccabees 1, chapter 1, verse 20. This is not the only translation. The Geneva Bible also references it as well. So, you know, those are things that obviously needs to be talked about, and as well as Isaiah 13, right? Because if this is the old world here, and you know, you believe this is Babylon, well, it says that the judgment of Babylon is going to be destructive. Isaiah 13 talks about that. Jeremiah 51, I believe, like in the late chapters, talks about that. Upon Babylon. The sea has come upon Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither doth any son of man pass thereby. Let me remind you here. How is Jeremiah 51:41? How is Sheshka taken? How is the praise of the whole earth surpassed? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? The sea has come upon Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness, a land where no man dwelleth, a dry land and a wilderness, a dry land and a wilderness. Do you guys remember what I shared with y'all? The scriptures talk about this, and when I see this video...
Asking what happened and whether this is really a glimpse. A video that's been spreading online claims to show America in the year 2050, and it's got millions of people questioning reality. In the footage, a man who says he's a time traveler approaches what he says is the White House. But it no longer looks familiar. Instead of the bright, iconic building everyone knows, the columns are cracked, the windows are broken, and it looks like an old abandoned structure. He steps inside what used to be the Oval Office, and all that's left is dust and empty rooms. The same clip then shows a highway that used to be busy with cars. Now the pavement is cracked with tree roots pushing up through it, and rusted, abandoned cars line the road. He also walks into a Walmart with empty shelves and faded signs, while outside the parking lot is overgrown and looks like a wasteland. But the most shocking part is what he claims is the Pentagon, once a symbol of U.S. military power. In his video, it looks like burned out ruins with blackened walls, broken windows, and a torn American flag still hanging. And he used live streaming to recount the authenticity of his journey. As he walks through debris-filled offices in dead silence, viewers are left asking what happened and whether this is
dry, empty. Her city is a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither doth any son of man pass thereby. Technically, this is what's going to occur if you believe in the book and in prophecy and what it's actually saying, and that this is Babylon, that this place is going to be desolate, which is why 2 Ezra 13, 40 through 47, 48, 49, 50 matters, because this is going to be a desolate place. I believe that these people don't want to die at all because they know what's coming. And here goes another example of the occult roots of Nazism, which is why they are Hyperborea and Atlantis. See, since their idea is respects of ancient Aryan homelands. You see the spirit of Atlantis? You see what it's actually creating, what it's created. He evidently shared her beliefs in the sunken continent of Lemuria and Atlantis and reproduced a paleo-geographical map of the world for comparison with the map of Lemuria. Drawn by the English theosophist William Scott Elliott, which was more likely a Kabbalist, he compared her discussion with he compared her discussions of the lapsed third eye in man with those of Bolshevik or Klaas, while recognizing his Pagatu or Idumi, whatever, of Assyrian lore in her account of prehistoric monsters, supposedly. This is the lost civilization of Atlantis, the megalithic stone circle of Europe, archaeological finds, yada, yada, yada. It's all Aryan race, white power. No different than black power, the same fucking shit, just a different power, I guess. Aryan Atlantis. You see this? The tradition finally lay to Guido von List, Rudolf John Glorsben, and the mythologists of an Aryan Atlantis. Wow. See what I'm saying? You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Here we go once more. Atlantis. You see what I'm saying, family? This is Atlantis, an interpretation by Manly P. Hall. It's only 42 pages, not too long. I would suggest check it out. This one's 121. The Secrets of Plato Atlantis. Take your time on that one. This one's a little longer, 516 pages. But this is actually pretty good because it tries to steal our heritage. Seriously, it does. They try to steal it. I'm kidding you not. Like, I would say for you to get this book, you're gonna be like, what the fuck, bro? Seriously? They've been trying this shit for a long time, fam. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. Hold on, let me see what I left off. Dry land. Yeah, I think so far. Yeah, you know what? I think that should be it, family. I think I'm gonna fucking take a break now. Anyway, so appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much for your support. I kid you not, family. Let me just say what's up, Josh Raleigh. Good to have you here, bro. Thunder Local. What up? Bam Bam. What up, bro? Okay, turn it off. Hey, yeah, I got you, bro. I just didn't see you. Good to have you here, sis. Let me just say what's up to everybody, and then I'll do that. Valley Box Boy, what up, bro? Good to have you here too. My guy, you know it, always good. Let's see. East West Sider. Who else was here? Sir, what's up? Jacob Warakuya. Thank you, brother. Let's see who else. All be revealed. What up, dog? What up, dog? What's up, sis? Metzli. Tekai, good to have you here too. Joe, what up, bro? Good to have you here too. Jeremias, buenos dias, bro, of course. And if I missed anybody else, on our east side, what's up, bro? Yeah, and that's it, man. Love for you, brothers and sisters. This ain't hate, man. This is just me trying to see if we can get some answers as well, okay? So, Baraya.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hope you guys appreciate the information, you know, and also the diversity of documents that I like to share. And again, it's not about, oh, look at me, Mr. Percepticon type of person with history. But I like to share exactly in detail, you know, our history in detail, because that matters. Our history does matter, and I know that a lot of people want to steal it, and some of our brothers and sisters might have missed that mark. I don't want y'all to miss that mark, because guess what? This shit is gonna be quite some crazy shit going on, fam. We got a lot of stuff going on right now across the world. Who knows if it'll come here based on scripture? It's sure as hell looking fucking crazy. All right, have a good night.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no.
diferente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Llaman a
Lord of mercy.
This is Cypher Nightmare.
¿Qué pasa, Otto?
It's original. Yo, watch you know. I feel the girl them dancing a party smoker. Wine.
Give me the sense in your point, we want take no coca.
Wine.
First, my friend, lady Palava.
Wine.
Party turn up, shatter, dance, and soca.
Wine. Este juego salvaje que te pego.
Aquí queremos fiestas sin maquillar el ego. Si tan duro como el ego.
Pacto sangriento de fuego. Si rompe la palabra te maldecimos luego. Llega la masacre para el tipo de revista machista y para la mona que va de lista. Sonamos en la calle y prendemos cada pista. Cuca, Gran Can, Ouron de Mista. Baila como quiera, ya lo demás que le dé. Que todo fluya,
Que solo es tuya, mi friend. Esta vida loca te dirá cómo saber
toda la bulla de los que quieran tu bien. Canta y buena será para todo aquel que quiera. Menos violencia temeraria para cualquiera. Brilla como una estrella en esta vida bella. Somos hermanos que borramos toda frontera. Rumba, suena la bomba que traemos los soldiers. Gimme son. Esta penumbra que está que tumba. Solo modo hardcore.
Hey, Dharma, pasa marrón. Smoking at the ear, beer with a bun. We no pop Mali Duck, we no text no. Girl wine for me now, mulya no plow. But bitch they a but we no girl clown. Run quick forward, bunny straight show. Up in your belly say me can't take it out. Can't test way dark, better just slow. Batman no ronca. No es mis pies al camisa, sino al camisa escolta. Monta la bicicleta, monta. Tight pussy girl, straight from Colombia. Wine and jiggle sobre meu tota l'estona. Santifico el teu punani des de l'Ebre fins a Osona. Monument a Empúria Brava, monument a Barcelona. Fem sonar l'alarma antiincendis de la zona. Germà, passa'm el ron. Smoking at the ear, beer with a bun. We no pop Mali Duck, we no text no. Girl wine for me, mulla i no flow.
I feel the girl them dancing a party smoker. Wine.
Give me the sense in your point, we want take no coca.
Wine.
First my friend, lady Palava.
Wine.
Party turn up, shatter, dance, and soca.
Wine.
Lo de esa gata ritual, porque el danzar la posee, de junta con de cristal, pero su IG no me lo sé. Luz de neón blanca nunca, lila como el pelo de Turanga. Bossa blanca, suena bunga, no va guiar pa' que rompa.
Sabe que sube mi tensión, pero esa asesina no tiene corazón.
Sin one real bad, no va guiar pa' que rompa. Vengo mal hasta el hueso, mi equipo está en eso y no hay vacantes. Nunca fue solo porque eso, del ritmo estoy preso, que no me falte. Venimos ready para que lo aguante. Puto Batman, quita de delante. Te vamos a dar la guillotina que aniquila como murderer. Ey.
Turn up, that booty's on
fire. No queda tiempo de andar con vampire, don't stop.
Ajustate la malla.
Make them sweat sin estar en la playa, girl. Humo con sabor a papaya. Style y vaya donde vaya. Todos los dreads van pa' allá. reggae dancehall traya. Y backshot to backshot, we tele to telele. Esto no lo ves por la telele. Corre, ve y dile a tu frenene. Vente que nadie te frene, tu nenene. Sunscrews del Mediterráneo. Underground soterrani. Them never run away. Man no entra el panic. Grita igual papial que se rani. Pasamos revista aquí como la milele. Son man del palo ukulele. Mr. Gran Campeón, nigga, cucape. Son lo que son y no son unos wannabe.
I feel the girl them dance in a party smoker. Wine, 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 wine.
Give me the sense in your point. We want take no coca.
Wine, 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 wine.
First my friend, lady palava.
Wine, 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 wine.
Party turn up, shut a dance and soca.
Wine, 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 wine.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.